Do 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 do. Bum bum bum. What's up, y'all? Allow you to write a story. Send it in. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. What's up, dudes? What is the good news? I need this. X been having a shitty weekend. How come? What's going on? Tell me about it. I want to give my unrequested opinion on literally everything. Bad weekend for you as well. Dang. Everybody's having one heck of a negative time. 2 people means everyone. Just got home, been sick and trying to get my appetite to stimulate. Ready to lay down and listen. Yeah, it's tough. Sometimes with being sick, you kind of might just have to do a little bit of fasting and let your body heal on its own, you know what I'm saying? Amy, thank you for the gifter. To BRZ, welcome BRZ. You now have access to bonus content. Good news, I got soup, chicken tortilla. Hell yeah, dude. You're locked in. Need this drop today. I'm in the hospital. I'm about to lose my mind. Damn, everybody's just in dire straits right now. What's going on, world? What's going on, chat? What's going on, chat? Wart. Your pet parakeet died in my hands today. I'm so sad. Jesus, I'm sorry, guys. We're having a rough go. But I promise you, I'm going to make it all better. Just listen to the sound of my voice and follow me into the light. I had a false report made on me. I had everything I need to clear my name, but anxiety's really running my brain ragged now. Dude, I'm sorry. False report? What the hell? You don't have to share anymore if you don't want to. That's crazy. What the hell's wrong with people? How am I doing? I'm doing all right. You know, I'm doing a bit of a fast today. Is you know, I don't know if you guys ever tried it, but I mean, obviously you have to ease into it. But sometimes after a 24-hour fast, I get like the best sleep ever, and I just feel good. Where's Pradeep? He is. Oh, he's right behind me. He's so funny. What's up? What's up, Joni? What's up, Luca? Radioactive material dumped in the Hudson River. No biggie. Oh, I didn't even hear about that. Let's look that up. Let's go into chaos mode. Radioactive material. Was it like one of those sort of byproduct type things from a company or something? In Hudson? Question mark? Dufflock with the 150. Thank you, Dufflock. Made alive. Good to see you. All right. A federal judge recently allowed the release of 45 gallons of treated radioactive water containing tritium into the Hudson River as part of the decommissioning of the Indian Point nuclear plant. What? Is that how they dispose of radioactive water? I mean, I guess I don't know any. I'm not like a scientist in that regard, but is that like a judge allowed this to happen? Opponents argue that it could add pollution risk and already burdened by toxic substances like PCBs. The state has passed a law to ban radiological discharges into the Hudson during the plant's decommissioning, but the judge ruled the federal law and RNC regulation preempts that. Dude, that sounds like Jesus Christ. I mean, my instinct tells me that's not great, but I don't know what the fuck. How does a judge just get to be like, yeah, just dump it right there. Just throw that in the back. And it's just a radioactive waste material canister. Thanks for the sympathy. I've noticed that I haven't been his snarky self. Then I saw that he couldn't stay on a porch and was sitting on the bottom of the cage, so I picked him up and told him how much I love him. Damn, dude. How old was the parakeet? How long do they live for usually? What's up, Brittany? How's it going? It's going good, honestly. It is. I don't know. We got a plan. We got a plan in action. That's all you really need sometimes in life. Just sit down and think of the plan. Trust the plan. Told my daughter's teacher that she hadn't had her meds because her meds were misplaced. We found them. Didn't hear from the teacher for a week and reported me to CPS. Oh, because she hadn't had her meds because her meds were Oh, okay. Teacher turned it into I was taking and using her medication, did no due diligence before making a report. Oh, like an Adderall type thing or something? That's fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. Unless there's like some type of, I don't know, like protocol on something like that. But what the fuck is the teacher like, did you give her medication? Did you get, like, what the fuck is that? That's kind of like presumptive and a little bit like invasive into your privacy. Make sure she takes her stimulant. You know, it's weird. I'm glad to hear you, good Joe. The sound of your nervous helps me sleep, but never right away. Very soothing, engaging, longer. Love longer reads from RM Sleep. Heck yeah. Thank you for listening. You birthed a 5-limbed, one-eyed, flying purple people eater. That's capitalism. Right, yeah, it's going to be like the 3-eyed fish from The Simpsons. The Skimpsons. I don't know. I feel like I really do. I'm curious, like, some of these judges that make their calls, like, there's got to be something above them that can question their, I don't know, some sort of audit of sorts. But I guess, what am I saying? I don't know. I have trauma around CPS, so trust me, I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, the fuck, like, it sounds like, honestly, like, it's none of my business, but at that point, I'd be like, all right, fuck you, not to the, you know what I mean, like, to the teacher, like, screw this shit, I'm just gonna homeschool my kid or something, or put them in, you know what I mean, like, a teacher's just gonna sit there and interfere with your existence like that. That's crazy. Pushing medication is very weird. Having a meeting with the teacher and principal, I'm going to move. Okay, that's a good first start. Moving class, finding some alternative methods, because I don't know. Our province just had our teachers go on strike, so the kiddos will not be going back to school. Oh damn. Okay, yeah, it's a little early summer break for a bit. You'll be keeping me company on patrol tonight. Well, stay safe, friend. Where are you patrolling? I have screenshots, messages, and calls, paperwork needed for it, etc. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if you can get like a lawyer involved. I mean, obviously it's expensive. And hey, Eugenia, happy spooky month, friends. Happy spooky spump. Have you seen The Smashing Machine? No, is that a video game? I've been playing a lot of, still playing that Bionic Bay game. And honestly, it's so much fun. It's like really long too. They just keep adding like new mechanics that are interesting. Dear Jowl, it was just my birthday the other day, and it would mean the world if you could spell ICUP for me. I got you, bro. ICUP. Happy birthday. Hope you're doing good. Hope you do something fun. Been watching you for a while, like 5 years. Love your content. Thanks. You're welcome, Odd. G. Appreciate you. Thank you for listening. I feel, dude, it's kind of crazy. Like, since YouTube gave me access to the beta version of, like, you can do A/B testing for titles and thumbnails at the same time. The past 3 videos have been like actually popping off, ranking in like the 1 out of 10. And that's kind of, I don't know, it's just nice. It's nice to feel like some degree of upward mobility after like the channel was kind of falling off for a bit there. I mean, not actually, but did I catch the game today? Which one? I saw the Eagles lost. Honestly, the Broncos look pretty damn good. Like I mean, the Eagles secondary is kind of sick nasty, right? And Bo Nix or whatever his name is, like, was kind of tearing them apart. Not tearing them apart, but they were going band for band, so that was kind of exciting. Of the outros it is. Yeah, the last outro was funny because that was just like such a hilarious email to get. And it might be true. We might have made love to Sasquatch. Amy, thank you for another gifter to Yuji. Welcome, Yuji. Would you ever do a scary live stream story video, like scary things that happen during the live streams? I have a story for that. During live streams, or like happened to, I do have a video that's like scary stories that happen to like live streamers and YouTubers and content creators. It's going like a while back. But that's an interesting video, honestly. What's up, Lux? Band for band, yeah, football, woo! Sam, you should give it a try. Honestly, it makes your life both exciting and miserable once you just randomly choose a band, or a team to just enjoy. Maybe somebody in your family already likes football and you can just watch it with them. Thanks for reading it out. That's my first live and I saw the time almost left or the timer come back. Very glad I didn't hear you speaking. Tells me you're not an AI voiceover. Oh, heck yeah, dude. We ain't about that life. And honestly, I don't know, I just enjoy interacting with you guys. My fiance can't put any sort of look to you. It's just completely curious. Just imagine like Danny DeVito mixed with Blade from the Blade series. You got me. Can you talk about Otis Jiry? Chilling tales for Dark Knights fired him without notice. He's now homeless. Can we give him some love? Damn, dude, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to hear that. I really like Otis Jiry's narration, but I'm a little confused. Like, homeless in that period of time, like how? Because he's like in his 60s, right? Like how? In my opinion, well, that just seems strange to me. You think like, because I know Chilling Tales for Dark Knights, not to be disrespectful, but they haven't really done super well for quite some time. So like the idea that somehow their operation was like keeping him housed doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, and I'm just curious about that. I'm an intelligent artist, exactly. He's disabled. Oh, okay. I wonder if he can... Well, yeah, I don't know. I wonder if there's some like government assistance that can help assist him there. It just seems strange that there wouldn't be some like preemptive planning on just your finances at that point in life. You know, I'm just a little surprised. What's my go-to cardio? Honestly, if you wear like a weighted vest, if you can find one, and just like walk on like a incline, that does a lot of work. Also, like if you ever have one of those like stair steppers, and you can just sit there and stare at like some YouTube video for a half hour, you should be good. But walking is just great, you know. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. I think Joel has no hair. It was ripped off by a crazy gorilla. Came into my workplace and just ripped my scalp off. Cardio. Do you ever just eat your skin afterwards, the annual shedding? I hear it's a great protein. It's not great protein. Like, it's got some nutrients in there, maybe some calcium, but for the most part, it's not like as good as just insects. Went to a sports bar for my mom's belated B-Day, but my cramps didn't let me enjoy it. Oh, shit. Those damn periods. If I could just find a period, I would give it a piece of my mind for all the women out there. What's up, Punky? Dermaphasia is awesome. What's that? Just eating yourself alive? It's always interesting sometimes, like, looking at people's nails. I mean, I'm not judging them at all, but, like, you know, you can tell when someone bites their nails. But you can also tell when somebody, like, really fucking goes to town on their nails. And their shit is, like, pulled, like, literally bitten down to the goddamn cuticle, sorry. And, I'm just like, holy fuck, those must be tasty. Can I get some of those? Can I just get one hangnail? They look amazing. What's the best exercise for a weak core? I mean, I guess you could do, like, what's it called? Planks or something like that. You could, yeah, maybe like planks where people can put like weight on your back eventually just to like increase it and try to hold that for a period of time. Now, granted, I guess that's like stabilization. But overall, I would say as far as like strengthening your core, it kind of goes hand in hand with a lot of like the major core movements, squat, deadlift, bench, all that kind of stuff, because you're going to be using it throughout. So, you know, so obviously start slow with those and just build your way up, and your core is going to be utilized. Reminds me of Austin Powers Gold member Ian's own dry skin. Yeah, that was like, that was such a strange character concept, but it was funny. Secular Pagan Mum, thank you for the 150. Weird confession, but it's way more common in neurodivergent people than most people know. Eating themselves alive. Every neurodivergent person I know is a cannibal. Self-cannibal. Did you read about the judge whose house exploded with family inside? Holy shit, let's look that up. Judge house exploded with family inside. Searching the web. Yes, there is news report of South Carolina judge's house suffering what appears to be an explosion fire with family injured. Circuit Court Judge Diane Goodstein's home on Edisto Beach, Colleton County, South Carolina, burned in a fire after what officials described as an apparent explosion. 3 people were hospitalized. Judge Goodstein was not at the residence at the time. Her husband and other family members were inside. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division SLED is investigating, including whether it may be arson. That's wild. Dude, I'd be scared to be in, like, law enforcement. Just the fact that people could come for you at any time. I'm autistic and always bite my lips on the insides of my cheeks, especially when I'm anxious and stressed. Yeah, maybe you can just chew on some gum. I do pretty frequently chew gum in my downtime. Some sort of strange, neurotic oral fixation. I just need to be sucking on something. Dermaphasia isn't full cannibalism. It's like the people who peel their skin around their fingers and eat it. Maybe some self-cannibalism is a thing, though I don't know if it counts under that. Well, you just keep going till you get to the bone. Hey, Beth, what's up, dude? Beth, since your profile picture is a cop, is that what you're going to be for Halloweeny? Gum hurts my jaw, so can't do that. Oh, no worries. No worries. We've got options. And Secular Pagan Mom, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You got access to bonus content now. Anyways, guys, thanks for being here. And I appreciate you telling me to look stuff up, because, I don't know. It's interesting to hear about the world, though it is quite unfortunate most of the time. Please try and distract me as much as you can tonight. Just need to be diverted down many pathways. But yeah, we got Halloween stories. The first one of the season, spooky season. Yeah. Let's get to it. Click that like button, click share. What am I going to be for Halloween? I'm going to be Where's Waldo. See if you guys can find me. Does chewing your lip while daydreaming count as eating your face? You got to get the whole lip. Just like eat yourself internally till you just disappear. And Lost in the Mood, thank you for the gifter to Godzilla's Nuts. Welcome, Godzilla. I'm playing Minecraft for 3 hours straight now. That's awesome. Got any cool bases? Extreme dermaphasia. It's like peeling the skin down your palm. Oh my god. That sounds like so painful. I feel wasn't there like a SpongeBob episode or something where they peeled like a hangnail and it just like unraveled their entire skin? Did you miss a story? Not yet. We're gonna kick it off here tonight. We got 4 Halloween stories. And if you have a story, please submit them. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. How am I doing tonight? I'm good, Semi. How are you? What's poppin'? Just flattening the spooky mansion world. Nice. Literally just watched one video that had the guy bite his bottom lip off and oh yeah. That was the bonus content one, wasn't it? I just sleep on the couch, but recently realized there's a massive spider living with me underneath. Apparently there's some pretty invasive species. I don't know if it's in the United States or it's in Pennsylvania, of a certain type of spider. I forget what it is. But I kind of wonder if, like, my back porch has a trash can, because, you know, you put Pradeep's, like, wet food in there after he doesn't eat it, and it stinks up the place, so you got to keep it on the back porch. And then I think I already told this, but there's like a symbiotic relationship that I have where every time I turn on my light out there and I go to dump, you know, whatever into the trash can, there's a huge spindly yellow and black spider just chilling there, collecting flies and stuff that essentially are birthed within inside of that trash can. And he's just like sitting there spawn camping. And it's become my little pet. What's the name of my cat, what I hear? His name is Pradeep. Purr deep, as in purring deeply. He's also from India. I ordered him online. Did I have a good day? Yeah, today's good. Orb weaver. Yeah, I'm thinking it's definitely in one of the orb weaver subspecies for sure. And probably just a garden spider, yeah. I should name the spider. Do you guys want to name the spider for me? Pretty please. Pretty please with cherries on top. Wait till the spider has an egg. Yeah, Joel Jr., Greg, Gerald. The invasive one is the Joro spooter. Interesting. It was pretty funny. I went over to my one friend's house and one of his daughters, like, as soon as she like ran to the door and she was just like wearing one of those freaking like Spider-Man costumes. Just like, just no explanation. Just, I'm fucking Spider-Man. And then she immediately was like, do you like my nails? Do you like my nails? I was like, those are sick. Dark Shadow Master, I like that. Oh man. Name it Bane. Bane's a good one. Dark Shadow Bane. Charlotte. Alright, friends. Let's sked it, shall we? What's up, Sweater? So back in 1998, I was just 14 and living here in Leeds in the UK. I liked football, I liked my mum's shepherd pie, and I liked throwing sticks for our dog down at the park. Now what I didn't like most people, was school. I couldn't stand it, in fact. But I had my best mate Danny to get me through the day there. Now me and Danny used to get the bus together at the end of school, and no matter how much of a bad day I'd had, he'd always find a way to cheer me up. At least until one day, when Danny was suddenly the one who needed cheering up. So Danny was a good lad. He was never late for school, he did all of his homework on time, and he generally kept himself out of trouble. And then one day, while walking out of the boys' toilets, Danny accidentally bumped into a teacher named Mr. Carter, sending hot tea all over the front of Carter's nice white shirt. Danny apologized, but Mr. Carter was absolutely livid. Carter acted like he'd done it on purpose and then sent Danny straight to referral, which was even worse than being given straight detention. He then told the school's head teacher that Danny had deliberately spilt a scalding hot drink all over him. And this elevated the seriousness of the incident to a health and safety issue whereby somebody could have been really hurt. And as a result, the head teacher wanted Danny expelled. Danny's parents basically begged the head teacher not to expel him, and in the end, they managed to whittle down the punishment to 2 weeks of hourly after-school detention, including 2 hours on Saturday mornings. Danny said they believed that he hadn't meant to hurt Mr. Carter, but being fully aware of how unfair life could be, they advised him to keep his mouth shut, take the punishment, and put it behind him. Danny's brother, on the other hand, wasn't quite so philosophical about it. Paul, who was almost a whole 3 years older than us, wanted revenge. Although he'd never been personally picked on by him, Paul had hated Mr. Carter during his own spell at school, and having his little brother treated so unfairly sent him right around the bend. But while he promised that we'd get Carter back, he told us revenge was a dish best served cold. At the time, I had no idea what he meant by that, so Paul explained himself. If we rode our bikes past Mr. Carter's house that very same day and pelted it with 24 rotten eggs, he'd know who it was right away. But wait a couple of months and make him think that you're all good and sorry and all of that, and he'd have no bloody idea who it was. On top of that, Carter would have even less of an idea of who egged his house if we did something on a night of the year when all sorts of stuff like that is happening. That night being Mischief Night. Now for those that don't know, and to be fair, I didn't really know this myself till I googled it, Mischief Night is a tradition that stretches back hundreds of years. Historically, it's taken place on different days of the year depending on which area of the world you're in, but the premise is always the same. The night before some of the religious festival... Oh. An old Klingon proverb. And for the babysitters too, I babysat an autistic eloper who was a toddler and nonverbal, and he would try and run out of the house nonstop without warning. Oh, that's scary, yeah. What's up, Tyra? How's everybody doing? You turned 30 this year and still have nightmares about school. Bro, I feel you, man. I haven't dreamed about school in a while, but when I would, it would always be like being late to class, but then you get there and then you're also like 3 months into school, so you're just like completely behind in everything to the point that it'd be essentially impossible to catch up. And then there's always like something weird about the classrooms. Just like everybody's just like stacked on top of each other, you know, and not, you know what I mean, like in weird ways, like the way the desks are oriented and stuff, and or like in very strange sort of gravitational things where it's like to get to, like everybody else can walk up the sidewalk that's going vertically straight up, but like I would have to like climb up it. You know what I mean? Like gravity is distorted and stuff is just funny. I also have a lot of dreams where sometimes like in the midst of the dream, some like invisible force will like pick me up and try to drag me someplace, like I'm being pulled, like force pulled or pushed or something, and I'm like hanging on to shit like it's a tornado. Your 10-year reunion was this year. I still have nightmares. Yeah, I don't think I would ever go back to a reunion, honestly. It just feels, it feels like it would, maybe it'd be fun. I don't fucking know. What's up, Mon Bleu? Good to see you. What's up, Aeon? You forget your class schedule or locker combo. Yeah. I honestly feel like I could probably still remember my combination from like 7th grade. You do it so often. School dreams usually mean you don't feel in control of your life because, you know, at the time you were told what to do by adults and teachers. Yeah, I do wonder, like, I also kind of wonder who's like in charge of like interpreting dreams, you know? Because you'll have a dream where like your teeth are falling out, or like you pull a bunch of hair out of your throat, and then suddenly like you go on the internet and someone knows the exact reason. Detroiters. Someone knows the exact reason why you had that dream, and I'm like, how the fuck do you know, bro? Who like created the database of like, actually I consulted with the dream gods and teeth falling out of your mouth means you are really, really horny. Hey, off topic, what are you doing? FBI private investigator stores favorite, love your channel, keep it great. Yeah, who knows, probably down the line sometime. I'll just have to look into it, I suppose, but definitely got a few of those lined up in the past, that is. My school's dreams usually involve either not having shoes on or trying to get to class, but being extremely late and continuously delayed by more things. I know, right? And it's so funny. I think, like, I have a lot of dreams where I'm, like, with people and, like, crowds, and then you, like, lose them. And the funny thing is, it's just, like, how impermanent those people are, where it's, like, you're in the crowd, and then you go into a different area or a different room, and then immediately that person that was with you is just not there, because they didn't follow through with you or whatever, and then you turning back to try and find them is just like an impossibility. It's like you went through like a portal, and there's just no getting them back. Teeth falling out definitely doesn't mean that, otherwise I'd have those dreams many times. You never know. Maybe we have different dream interpretation books. Teeth falling out means embarrassment, but yeah, dream interpretation book really interests me. No, for sure. You should just make one and just start making shit up. My nightmares about college. The dream is usually the same. All my friends are graduating and I'm the only one left, and it feels like I'd fail. I'm so scared even though I graduated years ago. I know, it's just weird. School messes people up. Oh yeah, my punches definitely go in slow motion. You try to fight somebody and it's just like you have to fight through it's like doing a max squat or something just to get any punch off. You took George Washington's teeth. Who knows, maybe all of our dreams are just intertwined with each other and we don't realize it. How long has this been going on? Yeah, stream just started about a half hour ago. I know, YouTube doesn't notify for streams. Kind of sad, but it is what it is, I guess. At least they're notifying for videos now. I used to have a lot of dreams where I somehow go to school naked and it's the worst thing ever. Like, well, we're here now. It's my new fashion statement. You ever practice how to trick your mind to take back over in your dreams? I mean, yeah, I heard if you write down your dreams after you wake up immediately after, eventually you can lucid dream. And it has happened. Like, the more you focus on the fact that you do dream frequently, the more likely your subconscious is going to be aware of it. But the thing is like every time I start to control my dream and have control, it's like my heart starts going so fast that I just end up waking up, and it's like, damn it. What's up, Carol? Never had a nightmare. Like, I've had dreams that were a bit unsettling, but nothing that stuck with me or traumatized me or caused me to wake up panicking. Nice, dude. Yeah, I haven't had nightmares in a while, but sometimes it's like the scariest movie you can imagine, which is kind of cool in the sense that it's always going to be memorable, you know? thoughts on lucid dreams. I don't know, I feel like there's got to be some crossover between our lucid dream and some sort of spiritual world sometimes, but just because it's like similar concepts in the fact that you can just like look at something and know what it's thinking or its intentions are, and I've heard that kind of like operates within the spiritual realm as well. My school dream was about people around me bullying me and judge me. Yeah. I'm doing good. You have the wait I'm dreaming moment, you need to spin around in a circle and follow the floor and the dream to stay in. Oh. Man, there's all these rules. That's kind of why I didn't really like the movie Inception. I'm sure you guys have seen Inception. But it was supposed to be about dreams, right? But the whole time it was like just very tactical. It was all very like, you know, like these specific rules that you had to follow. But it's like, dude, dreams are like wild and insane and unpredictable. I didn't really like how like on the note or like specific it was. What's up, polar bear? I had a dream about being a witcher, but it was hyper-realistic, a kind of outcast magician mercenary. It's borderline terror. That sounds fun. What's up, Zane? The night before some sort of religious festival, kids take to the streets to perform acts of mischief. In the distant past, the mischief involved robbing cabbages from nearby farms. But more recently, in places like the United Kingdom and America, kids throw eggs or sometimes whole rolls of toilet paper over houses and trees till they're completely covered. It used to take place on the 30th of April. Then I know at one point in parts of England, it used to happen on the night before bonfire night. But these days, on both sides of the Atlantic, the date seems to have settled on the 30th of October, the night before Halloween. And it's this night that Paul picked out for our revenge. Another reason Paul told us to be patient was so he could work out a way of really hurting Mr. Carter. Now, I don't mean physically hurt him. Paul was a good lad like his brother, so the thought of actually harming the guy never seriously crossed his mind. But we needed a way of getting back at him for picking on Danny like he did, and that wasn't going to work with just a few eggs or some toilet paper. It was weeks before Paul came up with something. But then one afternoon, Paul shared his idea with us, and by gum, did it seem like a good one. Mr. Carter was into classic cars, big time too, so much so that he invested a hell of a lot of money into a first series Jaguar E-Type that he kept locked in his garage. And that car was his pride and joy. The only thing that got him out of bed in the morning, and Thomas Fries, thank you for the 5 buccarinos. Appreciate you. What's happening, Tom? Did you guys ever dreams that feel like they go on for months or years and you wake up feeling like you've lived a whole life? I've heard people have like DMT, trips like that where you live an entire existence as some sort of underwater creature. I like the fact that you can just dream and be in that place rather than here. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like, I feel like I haven't had a lot of, like, inspiring dreams lately. They're just, like, they're just life. Just life that takes place where they're at, And it's kind of boring. I guess it is what it is. That car was his pride and joy. The thing that got him out of bed in the morning, and we were gonna wreck it. It was early October when we started planning, but right from the beginning, we knew it'd be no easy task. We couldn't just break in during the small hours of the morning. Mr. Carter or our neighbor would wake up and call the police, so we discussed some more silent options. We considered slashing the car's leather seats or spray painting Carter as a knob on the side of it. But that just wasn't going to cut it for Paul. He wanted Carter to suffer. I mean really suffer, and a deeply embittered Danny signed off on whatever he came up with, so we got creative. The first phase of the plan involved asking one of Paul's mates to do us a favor, or more like 24 favors actually. Almost every night for about 3 weeks, Paul's mate Marvin would ride over to Mr. Carter's house, and then after knocking on his door really loudly, he'd hop back on his bike and ride off. He'd give us a little What's up, effin' Dawn? Good to see you. What isn't awesome, though, is when you fall asleep unexpectedly at day program and have a dream, then wake up to find it dozed off without knowing, since the dream was a day program. Yeah, like not knowing if you're still in a dream. You quit having dreams, Perry? I know some people who say they smoke marijuana, says that it affects their REM cycles so they don't have the dreams. And then the second they take like a marijuana break, their dreams go bonkers. Bananas. Which is always interesting, because I remember like when I would smoke and fall asleep, it was like you would just like teleport right to the morning. You're like, oh, okay, I guess we're here now. This guy with the 2 says, long time no see, cool cat, stay cool. Thank you, this guy, good to see you. And Zane Bush with the 5 says, figured I'd drop by and show my appreciation, praying for you all to have a safe and chill night. Thank you, Zane. Appreciate you, dude, thank you. And that's why the crazy-ass dream was quitting weed. Oh, okay, that makes sense. You have dreams every REM cycle. Sometimes you just don't remember them. That's true, too. I've just heard, yeah, with marijuana, it's like affects your REM sleep, which I feel like could make you feel pretty tired or unrecouped. He'd give us little reports on it, too. How Carter was getting angrier and angrier every time he did it. And by the time Mischief Night came round, Carter had taken to running down the street after a frantically pedaling Marvin, screaming that he'd give him a bloody good hiding once he got his hands on him. Now everything was going according to plan, and at least according to Paul it was. Now everything was going according to plan, or at least according to Paul it was. All we had to do was wait until Mischief Night and we'd make Mr. Carter suffer big time. And on the morning of the 30th, I was buzzing with excitement. All the kids at school were asking each other what they were getting up to that night, and both me and Danny had to put on poker faces when we said, not much, just keeping out of trouble. Neither of us had any classes with Mr. Carter, but I saw him in the corridor at one point, and I swear that I felt the color drain from my face as we passed each other. I got it into my head that if he saw me looking shifty, he'd know that we were up to something. So I was hugely... Why does Mischief Night sound familiar? Was it a movie or something? I think it was in like Rocket Power? Or was there like a Halloween movie that had Mischief Night? Just want to say I'm a big fan. Keep up what you do. I've been watching since Corpse Husband used to tell stories. Much love. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you. What is Corpse doing? Does he just like release one song a year? Huge anus. Your son's doing 1,000,000 times better. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. You said he got into a bit of an accident, car related. Anika, welcome back for 2 years. Yeet. Thank you, Anika. I wish I had dreamed my dreams so vivid and awful, start up and scary out until I literally wake up from the scariest part of me trying to scream in my dream and it's IRL sounding like, I don't know. It was an e-bike, okay. Do I like carving pumpkins? If you do, what are you carving this season? You know, I haven't done it in a while. I do it with friends if they ever do it, but it's been a bit. What should we do this year, though? Do I have any pets? I do. I have a kitty cat. His name's Pradeep. He's a black cat. AER, welcome back for 30 months. Says, brother, happy spooky month, my favorite time of the year. Cheers to 30 more months. Thank you, AER. Appreciate you. 30 months is a long time. You want to carve an astronaut? Yeah, see if you can do my PFP. Is there a Pradeep Insta page? There should be, honestly. I got it into my head that if he saw me looking shifty, he'd know that we were up to something. So I was hugely relieved when 3:15 rolled around and it was time to go home. As me and Danny walked to the bus stop, we went over that evening's plan of action. Paul had everything organized and planned out meticulously. All I had to do was show up at their place at 7 p.m. When I told Danny I was nervous, he said he felt the same way. But he had also thanked me for helping out and told me that I was the best friend he'd ever had. Even if I had been harboring serious doubts, That last line would have obliterated them, and so needless to say, there was no turning back then. A couple of hours later, all four of us. Let's destroy the pumpkins this year. The puncons. Keep them safe this month. Black cats are targeted during October. Really? By who? Like witches? They're there for their eye of newt? Their eye of poop? Why can't I stop talking sometimes and leave things be? What do you mean, what happened? What the hell happened? You ever experienced your own scary story that you would post? Here and there. I remember I got, like, years ago, like 2021 era, I got some, like, random death threats where the guy would just, like, not stop, like, making new accounts or whatever and, like, sending these, like, psychotic, schizophrenic rants. And then randomly, like, Instagram just, I don't know what it was, like the glitch or something, but like hidden messages from like years ago just started like popping up again, like finally making it through after being like, I don't know, filtered out or something. And then I saw ones from, you know, him that didn't go through previously, and it's just like, Jesus Christ. Thanks once again for your yapping. I look forward to spending time with you. Thank you. Good to see you. Oh, you have a cat at home, but nice, dude. 5-year-old cat, kitty cat. I was able to paint the picture the way it deserves, the lack of memory of the important parts. What's up, Iris? How we doing? Stalkers keep it interesting. This is true. Why does everyone think I'm AI? I guess just because, like, I think even before, like when I first started narrating, people said I was AI, and I was almost going to go with like an AI, you know, like Westworld style robot PFP or whatever, where I'm like, it's a human taking their face off and I'm a robot. And yeah, they think I'm Allen Iverson. But yeah, I kind of understand why people would think I'm AI, but which kind of sucks. I'm like, fuck. It's only a matter of time before we're gone. I'm just too good. Trying to adjust my fangs with denture glue because I have a photo shoot on Thursday. Be careful. Let's get stuck there forever. It's so wild when people in these stories are awful because of mental illness, because I have psychosis, schizophrenia, and everything. I have never had the urge to be a nightmare, like broke control of that. Yeah. How am I? I'm good, honestly. One day at a crime. One crime at a day. You go live legit 3 days a week, people need to open their eyes. Yeah, I mean, I guess if there ever was the accusation of AI usage, I mean, I can just point to, like, literally 10 years of AI streams, or not AI streams, sorry. That just ruined it. 10 years of fucking streaming, of narrating. A couple of hours later, all four of us were just around the corner from Mr. Carter's house. Riding in a group like that with the two older lads, all my nerves were left behind me, and I was keen as mustard to knock 7 shades of crap out of Mr. Carter's old Jag. We hit our bikes down the street behind a car as Marvin snuck up Carter's path, and then after banging on the front door, Marvin ran back toward the street and climbed on his bike. But then instead of pedaling off right away, he waited until Carter had opened his front door, and then he shouted, "Catch me if you can, tosspot," and then started pedaling like mad. Carter went berserk. Marvin had told us how angry the knock-a-door dash was making him, but seeing it for himself was something else. He screamed something we couldn't make out and then ran for his car, not the Jag, but his everyday car. And then after wildly backing out of his driveway, he sped off down the road in pursuit of Marvin. We were elated. The plan had worked perfectly, but we also knew that we only had about 15 minutes before Carter would return home. Marvin said it got to the point where he'd chase him in his car, and then after easily escaping pursuit using the neighborhood's alleyways, Carter would drive up and down looking for him for a while. And we wasted no time in putting on our gloves and running up Carter's driveway and toward the garage. Paul then took out a towel from his bag, and after Danny held it up against the small side window, He punched it through so it broke nice and quietly. Paul knocked out the rest of the glass and then laid the towel over the bottom of the frame, and then we climbed inside before someone switched on the light. But when the light came on, there was no bloody car. We couldn't believe it. This was a big open space where the car used to be, but for whatever reason it just wasn't there. Months of planning had amounted to nothing, and even if we managed to break a few windows or trample his flower beds, it wouldn't be as satisfying as smashing that Jaguar. I remember suggesting that we just leave, and maybe break one of Carter's front windows on the way out. Danny said that wasn't a bad idea, but Paul was having none of it. He said there had to be something in that garage that we could break or steal that'd really get to Mr. Carter, and he wasn't leaving it till we found it. Penis. I had psoriasis due to trauma and thought I was pregnant. Felt the baby moving in me and growing, but everyone thought that I was lying for attention at school. Jeez. That's crazy. Been asked how it's found. Only about 50% of the population has an inner monologue voice in your head. Did you know that? Yeah, we talked about it on the stream one time and found some people were were unable to have inner monologues with themselves about things and couldn't. Some people were saying that they couldn't visualize, they couldn't take an apple in their head and rotate it in 3D and explode it and then put it back together. It was just too complex. Oh, that's right. That's Beth. Bethany. It's okay. She has other skills. She's demolitions expert. How's your weekend? Better now that we're all here. And that's true. Honestly, I do look forward to the streams. What day is it? Sunday? Shit. It goes by so fast. You thought you were pregnant with psychosis too. Damn, everybody's preg in their head. What's up, Casper? What's up, Justin? What's up, bro? Aphantasia. Is that the thinking in the head is aphantasia, or is it the psychosis of the pregnant baby? Pretty soon October is going to be over. That's okay. Enjoy it whilst thee can. Apparently some people can't imagine other people's voices saying things they'd never heard them say before. I can do that, but it's much harder to imagine them singing. True. Maybe that, I feel like I definitely need to think of that stuff whenever I do impressions of things. You have to hear it in your head before you can really manifest it. Hey, fat man. I wonder if there's any other really specific indicators of people's brains being able to think that way, if there's some other structure of the brain or something that's different, you know what I mean? Cornbread, thank you. Welcome to the stream. We're just recording stories and chit-chatting, making tomorrow's video. It's not monologue, it's all the other voices in my head that won't shut the heck up. Shut the frick up, frickers. I don't get excited much via internet type stuff, but this is for sure my highlights of the weekend. Thank you, yeah. I know, there's really not much going on the internet anymore, is there? What's even exciting? Do you guys excited about any I guess at this point there's so much content that you kind of have to be excited about the specific sub stuff. There used to be some world-renowned type characters, that you would always hear about doing something, and now it's just hey, who gives a shit? Had hallucinations to my grandpa passed away in 2008, comforting ones, so the doctor wasn't concerned at the time. What's up, Monica? I have ADHD and everyone in my family thinks that way has ADHD too, but I doubt that's the same for everyone. I don't know, man. I don't even know what ADHD is, really. That'd be great to be able to have a personal brain scanner to use whenever you want. I mean, some aspect of the brain that can just it seems like we've come so far, but also not far at all, I guess. Maybe, who knows, maybe to the public's attention. I'm sure there's a bunch of secret research about people's brains that just doesn't get published or known about. I'm really feeling the relaxed vibe on the breezy Sunday night. Just finished some last Halloween decorations. Nice, dude. What do you got up? He said there had to be something in that garage that we could break or steal that'd really get to Mr. Carter, and he wasn't leaving till we found it. Even Danny thought that it was a bit much, and that we ended up getting caught if we stuck around too long. But Paul had already had something picked out. There seemed to be a footlocker, like the old military kind with a padlock, and as soon as Danny... There seemed to be a footlocker, like the old military kind with a padlock, and as soon as Danny pointed it out, I knew what he was thinking. Inside would be Carter's old Army and Navy stuff, precious artifacts from his time in the forces. He'd be devastated if anything like that went missing. So, that's what we were going to take. There were a pair of rusty old bolt cutters mounted on a tool rack nearby, and then after Paul took them down, he and Danny got to work clipping the padlock off the footlocker. I remember how loud the bolt cutters were when they finally cut through, and then Paul and Danny dropped down, flipped open the lid, and started rummaging through the footlocker's contents. Looking over the shoulders, all I could see were white envelopes at first. I thought that they might have had money in them, seeing as they looked stuffed, but all they contained were pages of handwritten letters. There were a few pieces of jewelry. Do an English accent. There were a few pieces of jewelry, and Danny stuffed those into his pockets, but then Paul pulled out a framed photograph of a young woman, along with a small glass jar containing a lock of brown hair. Sometimes you wish you experienced a little psychosis. Just to take a break, you know what I mean? I mean, there are times in my life where I kind of just wish I could exit reality, if that makes sense. Like, just sort of go to, like, some sort of something above time and space, you know what I mean? Just to kind of, like, take a look at it, recoup myself, get a vision of a bigger picture, and then just come back, you know what I mean? But the only way to do that normally would be to, like, jump off a cliff like Kratos, and you can't really do that because that's pretty permanent, you know what I mean? Do shrooms. Shit, dude, maybe that's literally what my mind is saying. I need to disassociate through drugs. But I also don't want to do that, because what if I come out the other end, like, bonkers? Like, what if the guy you know me as, like, is suddenly just not the same anymore? I saw a body cam footage of a gym owner crashing out because he won't stop blasting music on his gym at 5 a.m. after the 60 sets. There's a thought that was, yeah, it was me going ham jam. Remember the Matrix scene? I don't, honestly. A movie that was kind of similar to The Matrix that I just watched was Dark City. Have you guys seen the movie Dark City? It was kind of interesting, and it definitely reminded me very much of, like, a Twilight Zone episode or some concepts that... It was weird because it came out around the same time as Dark City, probably a year before. It came out in, like, 1998, and then Matrix came out in 1999, I think. I feel that I just want to not exist for a little bit, not like in a bad way, but just like go somewhere not here. Yeah, it's like, maybe that's what the shroom trip is, I guess, but I don't know. Maybe I'd have to research what people's experiences are. You'd like to hear Joel try a Yorkshire? What's a Yorkshire? Let's hear it. Hello, Poppet. It better be like that, or I'm not even trying it. Let me listen real quick. And then I'll see if I can envision a apple inside my brain and explode it and bring it back together. I'll envision a Yorkshire resident. Yorkshire. Presents a British person talking. The teacher. I'm Stefan, I'm from Yorkshire.
My name is Yasmin, I'm from Turkey.
Okay, that doesn't count really. I don't know why they're showing.
I'll do.
I'll do.
That's it.
I'll do. That's it.
Okay.
I'll do pig. Oh, okay. Oh, so Yorkshire, is that on the border of, like... Is that much northern?
I am very proud.
Chuffed.
Altogether, it sounds like put wood in hole.
So when you wanna say
Chuffed.
close the door,
Real
you
chuffed
actually
on that
say,
one. Yeah, whatever. I'll do. Put the wood in it hole. Put the wood in hole. I'll do. Whatever, dude. I need some better sentences than whatever the fuck she devised there. I just learned Yorkshire to do the play calendar, girls. Little things in the vowels recently. Put the wood in a hoe. Fill her up. Yorkshire. For show, for show. Be in the club. Trying to join the club. No, it's all good. My attention span's like 3 seconds, too. It's definitely super easy to find you based off of your YouTube icon. Cool. That's good. There were a few pieces of jewelry, and Danny stuffed those into his pockets. But then Paul pulled out a framed photograph of a young woman, along with a small glass jar containing a lock of brown hair. I remember thinking the girl must have been Carter's niece or something, because he didn't have a family as far as we knew. But then, after looking at the photo for a few seconds, Paul dropped it back in the locker like it was radioactive. Danny asked him what the matter was, and Paul told him to put the jewelry back immediately. Danny asked why, but Paul just walked over toward the broken window and told us we needed to leave. Danny started giving it loads. Danny started giving it loads about not giving it loads. Can I speak French and Russian? I can't do that. As long as you're in a positive state of mind and in a safe environment, you'll be fine. Optional to have a person you trust with you if anything goes wrong. In case I go fucking crazy. Crazy taxi. Danny started giving it loads about not leaving without getting Carter back. But Paul growled a reply of, "No, Danny," to let us know how serious he was. We hopped out of the window, grabbed the towel, and then ran out into the street and towards where we'd stashed our bikes. The last thing Paul said was, "Follow me and don't stop until I do." And then we rode like hell till Paul finally slowed down. Now we were all out of breath, legs burning from the wild pedaling that we'd just done, and me and Danny were still proper confused why Paul had suddenly reacted the way he did. We wanted to know what had scared him so much about a picture of a girl. But it wasn't the girl. It was what happened to her that scared him. Now, like I mentioned, Paul was a couple of years older than us, so there were a few things he remembered, odds and sods that were just before mine and Danny's time. And one of those things involved a young lady going missing. What's that say? Ilkley Moor? Missing on Ilkley Moor. Old Ilkley. Hey bro, feel sad, you know. Got laid off from Friday, went out with some friends. Since I was making the most money, they wanted me to pay for drinks and food. Told them I can't. Oh man, I'm sorry. That's so lame that they wanted you to pay that, though. I mean, that's a little bit rude, don't you think? You're making the most money, so pay for everything. I do have friends like that, too. They just kind of assume that you got it. It's like, fuck off. I mean, it's fine. I don't mind it, but it's also just like, come on. What's this called? Is it Ilkley Moor? Maybe I'll just do Ilkley. I don't really know. Ilkley. Alright, my bad. That was a whole lot for nothing. Okay. What's up, Sag? What do you know about I'm gathering intel? Oh, I thought that was a question. And one of those things involved a young lady gone missing on Ilkley Moor. He told us that there was a big search for her and that her picture had been all over the local papers around the time she went missing. The girl in the photo frame that was in Carter's footlocker looked almost exactly like the girl who had gone missing. Danny started arguing the toss, asking his brother if he was sure that it was the same girl, but Paul was positive. He told us how no one had ever found a body. She was only assumed to be dead, but he was absolutely, positively 110% sure it was the same girl in the photo, and that lock of hair and those pieces of jewelry had almost certainly belonged to her. I couldn't believe it, as in I literally couldn't believe what I was hearing. I didn't think Paul was lying or making anything up, but it was also like my brain just couldn't process what I was hearing. I thought that there just had to be some kind of mistake, that maybe this missing girl was one of Carter's relatives in some capacity, and what we'd seen was nothing but just some keepsake. But Paul wasn't an idiot, and he wasn't a coward either. He wouldn't have pulled us out of Carter's garbage unless he was deadly serious about something. I just couldn't bring myself to accept what he was suggesting. It only felt truly real once we arrived at a phone box outside of a row of shops, and Paul went inside, called 999, and then anonymously reported Carter for what we'd found in his footlocker. He didn't say how he knew that jewelry and that lock of hair were in there, only that he'd seen them with his own eyes. And then after giving Carter's address, he hung up and we rode off at... We rode off a cliff. Alright guys, we've seen what we've here to see. Let's jump off a cliff. How old am I? I'm 35. Old enough to shit myself in public and no one even change me. I think my Let's Read Discovery anniversary is Halloween 2019. That's awesome. This is the month. This is the one. Oh, you're 35 too? Nice, dude. Happy birthday. Did you see them making a Haha You Clowns TV show? Not sure it'll be as good as the shorts though. I did see that, yeah, and I do like the shorts. I am curious though, like, could I honestly handle watching that sort of vibe for... I mean, I guess they'll have to find other ways to make it sort of interesting for 15 minutes or however long. But I guess it could be good. Who knows, maybe they'll just be like shorter shorts in between when they need to fill in and stuff. It's kind of weird though, because I've heard like Adult Swim just like doesn't really pay people a whole lot to do their shit unless they like absolutely pop off. I have no idea how long I've been listening. 8 years is your guesstimate. It's been a long time. I feel like it does show you how long I'm subscribed, but I'm not sure. 8 years is a long time though. Thank you. Just turned 25. I'm so happy my car insurance price is gonna go lower. Hell yeah, dude. Well, how much do you save? Your brother turned 35 today as well. Hey, happy birthday, brother. Then after giving Carter's address, he hung up and we rode off again. And that's when it properly sunk in what had happened that night. The police report made it real, and just like when Danny said it was... The police report made it real, and just like when Danny said I was his best friend, there was no turning back now. We thought there'd be a ton of police cars outside Carter's house within a few hours, maybe a helicopter and a TV crew. But all that happened was a police constable knocking at his door, took a look around his garbage, and then just buggered off again, satisfied that there was nothing to concern himself with. And it was only then we realized what was intended as a deeply serious report had been mistaken for some... mistaken. What's up, tea time? I don't know exactly how much I'm gonna say, but I think it's kinda good. Yeah, I'll be sick. Saving money is always good. Do you think of, hypothetically speaking, what could happen if I transferred all the code and data from the working laptop to my personal laptop and somehow make it public as an FU to them? That sounds like you go to jail for a while, honestly. Because guarantee you there's probably some sort of backdoor stuff to, like some sort of metadata or something that would end up coming back to you in some fashion, like the degree in which it's transferred or some sort of like mark, you know what I mean? Like this data transferred at this time, or you know what I'm saying? So I would say don't do any of that hypothetically. And it happens at work. You get laid off, you get fired, you don't want to ruin your life just to spite somebody, same way with this shit right here in this story, kind of. You might as well just, what if I, hypothetically speaking, I pay a Fiverr guy to make it public? I mean, once again, it's still going to be, like, probably metadata that ends up correlating back to your, like, specific whatever. And then you go to jail for a long time for leaking information that was breaching a NDA, or, you know what I mean? Just a bunch of shit that their lawyers would fucking crucify you for and criminal investigate. You know what I'm saying? It just sucks. What's up, HP? Yeah, don't do anything rash. Just take the punch, take it on the chin, and try to make your life better. It was only then we realized that what was intended as a deeply serious report had been mistaken for some mischief night shenanigans. Breaking into Carter's garage and then into his footlocker had also given him advanced warning that someone had discovered what was potentially his deepest, darkest secret. So by the time a policeman was having a mooch around his garbage, he'd probably scrubbed the place from top to bottom and re-hidden that footlocker if he hadn't disposed of it completely. And in the weeks that followed, I thought Carter was going to be arrested at any moment. I couldn't bring myself to even look in his direction as I feared. Oops. And in the weeks that followed, I thought Carter was going to be arrested at any moment. I couldn't bring myself to even look in his direction as I feared that one look at my face and he'd know it was us who broke into his garage. Paul kept telling us to be patient again, that investigations took time and that Carter would be arrested eventually, but he wasn't. Nothing ever happened. Or rather, the only thing that happened is that Carter got away with it. And just after Christmas, once we were all back in school, there was an announcement in the school's assembly. Carter was leaving, not just at another school somewhere in England, but to teach at some international school in Hong Kong. The head teacher treated it like Carter was moving up in the world, going on some grand adventure to the Orient. Only me, Danny, and Paul and Marvin knew the real reason Carter was moving. We talked about it once or twice, and Danny mentioned something about extradition, and he didn't know what the word for it was at the time, but he just asked about the potential of Hong Kong handling Carter over. Whoops. Oh man, I'm tired. Got a busy day tomorrow. A busy day. He didn't know the word for it at the time. He just asked about the potential of Hong Kong handing Carter over once his crimes came to light. But then Paul shared his theory on why Carter had picked Hong Kong over just about anywhere else in the world. It might have been an ex-British colony, and it might have still had plenty of English-speaking institutions, but Hong Kong had been handed over to China that previous year. If it was no longer British territory, and since the UK didn't have an extradition treaty with China, Carter wouldn't have to return home. Even if they found a smoking gun on his property, there was nothing the police or government could do to bring him to justice, and the worst part, it was all our fault. By breaking into that footlocker, all we'd done is give him advance warning. He might have come a cropper at some point. How's everybody been doing? Doing good. I honestly have nothing to report other than I'm here. Hey Alexa, what's going on? He might have come a cropper at some point, and if the police raided his house, they'd have found the same thing we did. but any chance of that happening were scuppered the moment that we decided to cut the padlock off. Smash his car and maybe the police find the footlocker while they're following up on a vandalism report. But by making an anonymous report on mischief night of all the bloody nights, all we'd really done was make sure Carter could escape justice. And to this day, I still feel this deep twinge of shame and regret. Paul had it the worst, what with it being his idea. He got mad into booze as he got older and was an out-of-work alcoholic by the time he was 30. People thought he was just a loser, someone who couldn't deal with the everyday working world. But me and Danny know different, because it's the same shame and guilt we only barely managed to fight off that ended up completely consuming him. Do I walk Pradeep? I should. I remember I got him like a harness to put him out on, like a leash outside to kind of run around the yard, but he'd just fall over and he didn't really know what to do. Ote. I have to pee real quick. Can I be right back? Sorry. I decided to just pee in the hot tub. Why is the fan base so wholesome? Dude, you guys are just cool as heck. That's why. I used to have a cat that would go on walks with us with dogs. Cat would run ahead of us and hide in a bush, then jump out the scared dogs. That's awesome. Yeah, I had a great poop. I had my poop bucket right here. I couldn't let you guys hear that. My gamer bucket. It's got every fluid known to man. I did wash my hands. A lot of people don't realize you can just piss on your hands and it's the most sterile form of washing fluid. All other forms pale in comparison. Something. Okay. Wait. What did I do? One second. I think I lost my spot. Are you spooking right now? It's Halloween, you better be... Oh yeah, we're going hard. I'm spooking my shit. Straight sporking it. Let's look. I posted a post on the internet. It's frickin' spooky month. I don't know why. Some of the comments were funny. October, true, bring on the horse. Okay, well, that's a lot of positivity. I don't know. I remember just one of them was just like needlessly negative right out the gate. I'm like, okay, whatever, dude. Yeah, this comment. What is it like? What is this comment? Yeah, like I wrote, it's spooky month, you know, is like in the and then someone said, yeah, and you expect everyone to pay for your videos and complain you don't get good ratings. Gee, I wonder why. And it's like, what do you... Yeah, someone commented, what are you talking about? Babe's actually commented, that's funny. I don't know. People are so weird. Expect everyone to pay for the videos. I'm like, bro, YouTube is free. You just have to sit there and watch a dumb 54-minute ad. It's whatever. I don't know. I just, at this point, with like people on the internet, when they're negative, I just assume that they're crazy. They're crazy. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Mega crazy. Yeah, you have to assume they're high on meth. And they're stroking it torpedo style. Tell you about the comments at some point, so we've seen probably about, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're mad because I chart, you know. But it's not like I really only doing the bonus content stuff because it's like YouTube creates right? They create it. They create the idea of like a paywall, right? Kind of like Patreon. And before I had only ever done like bonus content as a way of supporting, but since they had their baseline was $5, I thought, well, now's a good time to introduce the idea of bonus content. But you need to like provide something for people anyways, which I wanted to do for people with the green names anyways. So it's just like, I don't know, just another thing. But to get like angry that you don't have access to the bonus content that eventually makes it a way onto the channel anyways. Who cares? You can't argue with people that aren't able to think more than one step ahead. It's the price of gas. Yeah, I don't even know. Also, the price of gas seems to have gone down a little bit, which is pretty sick. What's up, Nate? And Czar, thank you for the 10 Czar. Or no, Bexy, thank you for the 10 Czars. Where's Czars from? Also, I've seen some big YouTubers complaining about not getting that much views anymore on long-form videos. Apparently, YouTube changing settings, ad block. Yeah, it was basically, I think they stopped counting ad-blocked views as normal views, but it's like the revenue stays the same. So that was a bit confusing there for a bit. But I think that's what they came to the conclusion, that it was probably like YouTube not counting the ad block views as normal views, so it doesn't really confuse like your CPM or whatever. You know what I'm saying? As far as like data goes. Why did my shit go gray midstream? Am I tripping? Am I still green? No, it's gray, but I don't know. I don't know why it's weird. Maybe you can click the thing where you like send a message for your previous like month celebration or something. Maybe it will activate then or something. I'm not really sure. So I'm an Italian American on both sides of my family, and my dad's side has lived in Brooklyn since the 1930s. My grandpa Luca came over on a ship when he was still in his 20s, and as long as I knew him, he was the most deeply Catholic man I'd ever known. He carried rosary beads around with him, he never missed a mass or confession, and he sprinkled holy water in his bedroom every night to protect against evil spirits while he slept. But there was one aspect of his faith that he didn't pay much mind to, and that was the obligation for pilgrimage. My maternal grandmother always prided herself on her visits to the sanctuary of the Madonna di Loreto and the Monte Sant'Angelo. I don't know if I'm saying those right. I better say them right or I'm going to get shot. Shot in the balls. Sanctuary of the Madonna? Does that sound right? And I guess that one's not that confusing. Sanctuary of the Madonna. Oops. And wait, Di Loreto. That was the part that was confusing. Hey Gabriella, what's up, dude? Loreto. Di Loreto. My best friend's mad at me because I can't go to our going away party tonight. Oh, damn. Sorry. Well, I mean, sometimes you just can't go. Monte Sant'Angelo. Sant'Angelo. Monte Sant'Angelo. Keep it real, interact with everybody, and love your content. Literally one of my faves. Thank you, Tiff. Thank you. I was coming for the streams but never watch any actual videos like an a-hole. It's all good. I mean, if you find value in the streams, I wish more people in the audience found value in the streams, but I know for as many people who say what the hell is this, which is why aren't you reading the stories type thing and doing what I know you to do, there's probably hundreds more, thousands more who just don't say anything and they're like, no thanks, And that's totally fine because, I mean, obviously there's hundreds of thousands of people who watch each video for the purpose of watching it, Yeah, and I like to banter, so it's all good. My maternal grandmother always prided herself on her visits to the sanctuary of the Madonna di Loreto and the Monte Sant'Angelo. But Grandpa Luca had absolutely no intention of returning to Italy for any reason whatsoever. During one of the many conversations I had with him, I asked him why that was, why a man so proud of his culture and cuisine could be so averse to seeing his homeland again. He replied that, as much as there were things he disliked about America, it was a new place where the things of the old world couldn't follow him. And I was never quite sure what he... never quite shit. And I was never quite sure what he meant by that. If it was heartbreak or debt or the mafia that drove him to America, but one day when I was old enough he saw fit. I was never quite sure what he meant by that. If it was heartbreak or debt or the mafia that drove him to America, but one day when I was old enough, he saw it good to actually tell me a story, and I realized why he'd stayed so quiet about it in the past. So born in 1911, Grandpa Luca was 11 years old when Mussolini and his fascists came to power. He grew up in a very poor area of southern Italy, a place where the fascists had a lot of support, so when Grandpa turned 17, he was proud to enlist in a very prominent paramilitary organization. I don't want to turn this into a whole history lesson, so I won't go into it too much in detail regarding which organization Grandpa joined, but let's just say it was a very brutal, very fanatical one that ran their own secret prisons on behalf of the state. And being a dictatorship, the government had to disappear a lot of people to keep hold of said power. But they also needed a place for these people to disappear too, and that's how they ended up setting up their own secret prisons around the Italian countryside. My grandpa was young and keen to do his part for his country, and he never envisioned himself guarding the jail cells of artists or poets, but he never complained either. And then when he proved himself capable, he got moved to a place where more dangerous prisoners were kept. And these weren't just prisoners of conscience. Some of them were hardened partisans who'd taken up arms against the state, but there were other kinds of prisoners too. You see, one of the ways that fascists kept their grip on power was by partnering. I wonder if this has anything to do with Halloween. Probably something happened on the night of Halloween. Listen to Eddie of these, I'm almost paying 25% attention while I do the other stuff. Oh, it's all good. You see, One of the ways the fascists kept their grip on power was by partnering with the Catholic Church, but this partnership had its conditions. The Church had to tell everyone that Mussolini was a good guy. Then in return, the fascists would wield their power to crush the Church's enemies. But who did the Catholic Church call its enemies? Well, to put it bluntly, religious cults. And when I heard cult, I thought of the branch Davidians. And when I heard cult, I thought of the branch Davidians at Waco, or Jim Jones and company drinking the Kool-Aid down in South America. But we only heard about the bad religious cults, and there happen to be some that aren't nearly so sinister. The religious cult might be a religious cult might form around a particular saint, for example, or a group might practice mild forms of flagellation. The latter is all well and good if it's sanctioned by the Church, but if it's done without strict adherence to doctrine or without their explicit permission, it's considered a grave sin. And as much as they probably like to, the Catholic Church can't just go around arresting and detaining people for committing sins. That's where the fascists came in, thugs who do things that dirty, no poots. Trailer for this new scary game called Chime, man. I want to play it so bad. What's that one about? The Thug Shakers. The cult known as the Thug Shakers. I know what fascism is, but para being belling, what are you talking about? As much as they'd probably like to, the Catholic Church can't just go around arresting and detaining people for committing sins. Damn it. Jim Jones was South Africa and not South America. That's not true, though. He went to Paraguay, didn't he? It was like South America cult or something. Jim Jones' Cult of the People's Temple was headquartered in San Francisco, California, but is most infamously known for its remote jungle compound, Jonestown, in, Guyana, South America. Guyana, which is in, South America, not South Africa. That'd be funny if they went all the way there. Unless did I accidentally say South Africa instead of South? You stand corrected. It's all good. Long distance to travel. They went all the way to South Africa. Sneaky little snake. And as much as they probably like to, the Catholic Church can't just go around arresting and detaining people for committing sins. But that's where the fascists came in. Thugs who do things that would get their hands dirty. But that's where the fascists came in. Thugs who would do things that would get their hands dirty. Instead of poets, artists, and resistance fighters. Man, I can't fucking read. I usually do like one story and then my brain just... I stand erected. It's like telling your friend you're not going to find your date attractive. And they show up and you're like, I stand erected. I mean, corrected. Okay, I can do it, I believe. Instead of poets, artists, and resistance fighters, Grandpa found himself guarding the cells of sweet old priests or harmless hermits who posed a threat to the church's control. It seemed almost every day some harmless old fruitcake was dragged in, broken and bleeding, and every single time, my grandpa would wonder why. But then came the day when they dragged a man in with no name, and Grandpa didn't wonder anymore. Even the most withered and isolated hermits gave a name when Do we know why this is Halloween at all? Oh, I see it already pulling up. do. Fruity cake. Hey guys, what's up? My new YouTube channel, it's called Fruit Cake. It's where I make a bunch of delicious baked goods. Even the most withered and isolated hermits gave a name when beaten hard enough. But this man, who was stick-thin and with long black hair, only said, "I don't have a name." Even after a time in the prison's torture chamber, and since he headed up one of those more sinister cults I mentioned earlier, who practiced ritual slaughter on All Hallows' Eve, he was considered a very dangerous man. And so unlike most of the prisoners who were kept in large and communal containment areas, the man with no name was kept in constant, solitary confinement. And for the first time, Grandpa Luca understood why. The man with no name had a dark, almost nauseating aura about him, and it was said that he'd done terrible things as the leader of his cult. So for the first time in a long time, Grandpa understood the need for such stringent security, and he was glad for it. The prison was a brutal, unforgiving place, but like any prison, the people in charge needed ways of keeping the inmates placid. They were all allowed cigarettes, they were allowed to play soccer, and they were allowed to put on plays or shows, so as long as they weren't oh my god. Cigarettes, thank God. They were allowed cigarettes, they were allowed to play soccer, and they were allowed to put on plays or shows, so as long as they weren't... They were allowed cigarettes, they were allowed to play soccer, and they were allowed to put on plays or shows, so long as they weren't of a political nature. And aside from a handful of fascist-approved titles, the prisoners weren't allowed... God fucking damn it, man. I feel like there's something just like wrong with my mouth now on this one. So Joel just woke up. It's Monday here in Germany. I wanted to say thank you for streaming and making my morning so much better. Nice, dude. Yeah, I hope everything's okay in Germany. Stay safe, meine Freunde. Freundin, Freund. Mein Freund. Mein Freund. Mein Grünfreund. How's the mouthfeel of this story? I don't know, man. It's an odd mouthfeel. There's really nothing wrong with it, but just like I've been slurry. I've been a bit slurry lately. What's up, Lurzen? How you doing? The only thing you discover in the unknown is more of yourself. True. I could use a bit of salt. Fasting today, God, dude, fasting is cool because it's like, it sucks because all you can think about sometimes is food, but then the day after, like, food is so awesome. Aside from a handful of fascist-approved titles, the prisoners weren't allowed any books, and they weren't allowed to have any writing materials either. But they were allowed things like chess sets, playing cards, and other such ways of entertaining themselves. The prisoners in solitary confinement were no different. They too needed mental stimulation to prevent restlessness, and this was how the guards ended up honoring an odd request from the man with no name. He didn't accept any of the books, cigarettes, or playing cards offered to him, and seemed content to stare blankly at the wall of his cell all day. But this made the guards worry that he was going insane, so they asked if there was anything they could bring him to keep him occupied. Some prisoners asked for a ball to bounce, others asked for a Bible, but in the case of the man with no name, he asked for a rock and a strip of sandpaper to shape it. Shape it with? What the fuck? Let's talk about buttered sausage.
Let's talk about buttered sausage. Let's get to the bottom of this. Let's talk about buttered sausage.
Is that guy still insane? It's like I want to share you, but also I don't, you know. Oh, you don't want to share my stream with other people? What? Say what? I'm talking about buttered sausage. I'm talking about all day long. An obsession. What's up, Phoenix? Gatekeeping me, yeah. It's all good. Honestly, I think the streams are a little bit better, seeing as they're pretty niche. As long as the channel does well and the podcast and stuff, the streams are just something fun that kind of keep me on task. So I appreciate you guys. But it would be nice if you told somebody. Some prisoners asked for a ball to bounce, and others asked for a Bible. But in the case of the man with no name, he asked for a rock and a strip of sandpaper to shape it with. The request made it all the way up to the warden, who decided that there was no harm in allowing the prisoner such objects, so long as nothing sharp or bladed was given to him. And so that same day, a guard stopped by his cell and gave him a rock and some sandpaper. And over the next few weeks, the man with no name started shaping that rock. Guards would stop by his cell to check in on him every so often, or to deliver his daily bread and water, and they'd see his progress. They'd see how that jagged piece of stone was smoothed off and then worn away in certain sections until it was smooth and shiny all over. And then right about the same time the rock started to get very smooth and oblong, like an almost oversized pill, the general prisoner population got more and more rowdy. They were making demands about exercise and food, saying they needed more of both if they were going to riot. Guards beat unruly prisoners mercilessly if they attacked each other, and denied food to those who attacked guards. But nothing seemed to calm their tempers, and the unrest got worse and worse. Every night, the prisoners would congregate in the courtyard where they normally played soccer, and they'd chant slogans about a free Italy. The guards had tried everything except shooting the prisoners to calm them down, and the warden still only had the mandate for a prison, not a death camp, so they couldn't just shoot anyone who refused orders. But nor could they carry on with the beating and starvation, because those kinds of punishments only made the general population more violent. Instead, the warden tried to make a deal with them. On All Hallows' Eve, the night before Halloween, the warden gathered the prisoners to make an announcement. If they stopped demonstrating, he would arrange a delivery of fresh bread to the prison, along with several cases of good wine so each prisoner could have a whole cupful to themselves. I guess they considered that the nuclear option, the thing that had put the demonstrations to bed. But to the warden's surprise, the offer did nothing to quell the unrest. I guess the warden got mad that the prisoners rejected his offer, so he went right back to offering beatings and starvation, only double as much. But this not only caused another demonstration, but it escalated into a full-scale prison riot. Grandpa said that he'd never seen violence like it before or since. He said it was like the prisoners were in a rabid frenzy, that they weren't just attacking prison guards and trying to tear the prison itself apart, but they were killing each other too. Prisoners who had once been friendly with each other were now literally at each other's throats, ripping each other apart with their bare hands. It was chaos, pure blood-soaked chaos, and the prison guards had no choice but to withdraw, surround the prison, and kill anyone who broke out and tried to escape. All night long the riot lasted, from dusk until dawn, but only a single prisoner breached the outer wall to be shot by the waiting guards. The next morning, the guards walked back into the prison and were greeted by a scene from a nightmare. There were dead bodies lying all over the prison's courtyard, and there was so much blood that it formed big puddles on parts of the yard. Most of the prisoners were back in their cells, either completely exhausted, frightened out of their minds, or nursing some severe wounds. Most were accounted for in one way or another, but once they completed their body count, the guards realized someone was missing. But there was no time wasted in figuring out who, because only one of the cells was empty. The cell belonging to the man with no name. Grandpa corrected himself after saying the cell was empty because that wasn't strictly true. It just didn't have anyone living inside of it. Lying on the floor of the cell in a pool of his own blood was a prisoner, one who had no apparent connection between himself and the man with no name. His heart had been torn out, ripped clean out of his chest, and the man with no name was nowhere to be found. The guards searched the prison from top to bottom, certain that the man had to be hiding somewhere, but they couldn't find him, and in the end, they had to accept that somehow the man with no name had escaped. Grandpa said a big investigation followed because the warden was convinced that he couldn't have escaped without the assistance of a guard. He said that you're Canadian, you go straight to jail. Wait, why are you going to jail as a Canadian? Just being born Canadian? Would I like some of Misty's fried skin on rice? Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad. I could use something. I'm getting hungry. Why'd they turn down the fresh bread? I think because the guy was like fucking with this little shaver stone. Hey Ted, what's up, dude? Everyone loves Canada. Do they really, though? Do they really? It's amazing how every live you mention food and kiss my ass if my stomach immediately started growling. Damn you all. I don't have much control over my stomach. You should, though. Now's the time to say, stomach, I hear you screaming, but like a crying child, I cannot reward you. Otherwise, you will always want something, and you'll know exactly how to get it. You must teach it discipline. You heard the Fent leaner situation in Canada is crazy. Yeah, like Toronto or some shit? I don't even know. My friend lived in, or I think he lives in Toronto, but he was able to move away from some of the shittier areas. Do I have any of my own horror stories? They haven't quite happened yet, but I know they will. You have to go to the passport office tomorrow? Damn. And that's in Canada? Is your government shut down as well? Canada is alright. We have 6 months of depression. 6 months? Oh, from the winter. I thought you meant like economic, which I'm sure that's there too. Hello from Belgium. Hello, hello. Miss Boo. Toronto. I like how stomachs are simple and have 2 modes, hungry and not hungry. I know. The hunger does eventually go away. Since apparently it's just a hormone, right? It's just ghrelin, the hormone, the hunger hormone. Your body releases ghrelin to like let you know, eat. But then eventually your body just goes and grabs fat from your belly and your boobs. And it's like, all right, I'll just eat these. Eat a big pot of soup. Damn. What kind of soup? He said one of them was either a member of the Man with No Name's cult, or he'd been bribed or threatened into helping him escape by the man's acolytes. Grandpa said all of them were dragged into interview rooms and then threatened with imprisonment or worse if they didn't confess, but not a single guard showed any hint of being involved, and the warden was forced to come to an alternative conclusion to save his skin. The official report stated that, to the best of the warden's knowledge, the Man with No Name had died during the riot, and that his remains were too mutilated to properly identify. And this was way more acceptable. This was way more acceptable. Has anyone ever heard of or played the game Nightingale? Why does that sound so familiar? Nightingale. It's 50% off on Steam. Oh wait. What kind of game is this? It is an early access open world survival crafting multiplayer game. Was there like an interesting puzzle game more recently called Blue something? Anybody, any gamers in here familiar with a game called Blue? You know what? Let me find it. New York Giants versus New Orleans Saints. Who won that game? Anybody know? I guess I could look it up. Alright, hold on a second. Blue Balls, Blueprint. I feel like it might be Blueprint. Oh shit. That Italian lifter Mihalia defeats North Korea with personal best snatch. That's pretty exciting. Nice. Alright. Blueprints, is that what it's called? Alright. Yeah, I watched this one channel, Fury Forged, because they had a bunch of stuff from Animal Well, and he's been making a lot of videos. The ultimate hidden secret of blueprints. I don't know what kind of game that is, but I like games that have like pretty in-depth secrets to the point that people dig into it. I just had a horror story happen to me. I was listening to Mr. Nightmare and was walking around the alley behind my gym, but just before I got there, a car of 4 ghost-faced people stared at me. Oh gosh. Oh God. What were they doing? Were they planning something? They were going to tickle you to death. Does anyone watch Peacemaker? I heard it was good. You watched Die Dev Die play it months ago. Die Dev Die, that's funny. Yeah, was it good or did it look fun? The official motherfucker. Canada, eh? The official report stated that, to the best of the warden's knowledge, the man with no name had died during the riot, and that his remains were too mutilated to properly identify. And this was way more acceptable to the warden's superiors because he wouldn't exactly go around saying the man had disappeared. But disappeared is exactly what the guards thought happened. They just had to keep their mouths shut about it. And that wasn't the only thing that they were ordered to keep quiet about. Some of the guards started saying that the unrest only started happening when the man with no name took to shaping that stone of his, and how it got worse and worse as the stone got smooth and then started to take shape. One of the guards added that on the morning of October 31st, the man finally completed his little project. He turned that jagged rock into a small but perfectly formed figure of a man. And hours later, the demonstrations turned nasty, the warden had his offer rejected, and that terrible slaughter had started. And such things were not allowed to be discussed, and nor were the guards permitted to leave or transfer their posts, lest somebody suspect that the warden's version of events be anything less than truthful. Grandpa realized that if he was going to escape his life as a prison guard, he'd have to escape the entire country. And so that's what he did. He went AWOL, smuggled himself into France, and then was on a ship headed for New York by his first week of December. He spent his first Christmas in New York alone, and not being able to speak English. Damn, dude. I feel like things like back then were just so crazy. Being able to just like escape to another country and start an entire life was just doable, it seemed like. Have you ever played the game Amori? It's an indie game from Steam a couple of years ago. PlayStation picked up with its PS4. It's labeled as horror, but it tackles a lot of... Yeah, I think I've seen that one, and I even think That Creepy Reading did like a video on it. A pretty in-depth video, I think, on the lore on that a while ago. It looked pretty good. It reminded me of some of those like sort of top-down... Wasn't there something it was based on, or something very similar to it that was like a free game? He spent his first Christmas in New York alone, and not being able to speak English, but he didn't mind, because America was a place where the things of the old world couldn't follow him. A couple of days ago I dreamt of me going to the dentist and they were filling cavities in all my teeth. What does that mean? It probably means that you ate too much candy. Too many Nutter Butters. Not enough Crest. Whitening toothpaste. I grew up in a place called Shallow Water, a little northwest Texas town about 10 miles outside of Lubbock. Could you please move the Rapture? It's currently the day before I head to Japan. Thanks for the consideration. The day before? Well, at least then you won't be raptured mid-air. I really don't know if we can make it work, honestly. Everybody's always already got it on their docket. Their dicket. But we'll try to pencil you in. Pencil you into heaven. Do you guys think we go to heaven? Or hell or something? What do you guys think happens? You just die and... Does everyone go somewhere? What about like a little African kid in like a Civil War area where he's like a child soldier? What does he do? He goes to Valhalla. You go to Sheets. Thank you for the blessings. My son brought me the hard copy PS4 for my birthday a couple years ago. It's my favorite games. A must play. Play like 8-bit, but it's random as dark. Yeah, some of those story ones are... I sneezed and my throat got dry. I mentioned heaven. No, I'm heading there, guys. I'll get there early. I'll save you a spot at the McDonald's. I'm going to be a manager there. Hopefully I don't get replaced by AI. You've died, it's not the end. Yeah, what did you see when you were... Yeah, heaven is still under construction. The new heaven. Probably nothing. I don't think think consciousness is anything more than illusion caused by the complex interactions of our five-ish senses. I mean, that's a reasonable thinking process, but does it ever hit you, like, not having, like, a hope of something after death? Does it ever hit you like a sudden brick of, like, oh, shit? Or does it make you feel more motivated to go do shit as much as you can? Does it motivate you to live better? Does it motivate you to, like, live more recklessly? Oh, it terrifies you. That's fair. It just came in. It sounds like you were snorting a big old line of fairy dust. I'm just trying to stay focused, you know? Ah, fuck. No, I took a sneeze. You want a break? Can you be at rest? What if you had to come back? What about, like, those, you know, remember how, like, Saturn is, like, supposedly, like, a soul... Or what is Saturn? It's like a soul trap or something? Or it's like a soul recycling area? Also, why? Why Saturn? You wish you could believe in an afterlife to alleviate those fears. Saturn soul? Yeah, I don't know. I guess the only way that you could really, like, people could believe in an afterlife if they weren't taught it from the young age of, you know, when they were young, is they probably would have to have some degree of, like, spiritual awakening thing or something, like some crazy thing. But the only way to really have that is you would have to go looking for it, you know what I mean? Jupiter's glutes. If Jesus actually came back, Mag would try to deport from being Middle Eastern. Probs magobs. See ya, Jesus. Get back to Palestine. Tuesday. The Aluminum Recycle Center. Oh, fuck. Philosophy will mess you up and leave you begging for more. Right. I agree. It is strange. At the end of the day, if you really want to live the best life without worrying about, like, philosophy to make up for it, I feel like you just gotta be, like, hot as shit. Just be born hot. Just be born, like, good looking and stupid. And you're just, like, set. You're just, like, good to go. People want to bang you. You get whatever you want. And you don't even have to think that hard. Imagine seeing Jesus and he asks his angels, how'd this one get here? And then he thrust you back to Earth. Straight to India. I support the himbos. The Saturn Soul thing isn't just a random name. No, it's not. But I don't really know what it means, to be honest. I feel like it was just sounded cool. But I also am relatively familiar with the occult nature of it. Stoicism, a great philosophy by Marcus Aurelius. Yeah, I've read a lot of Stoicism. Well, not read, but I've listened to a lot of Stoicism videos. And it is quite helpful, I suppose, but it doesn't really necessarily alleviate the questions of the afterlife per se, outside of just chill out and let it happen. What's up, Pats Nation? How we doing? October's still getting 90-degree weather, which wouldn't be terrible if the humidity was gone. Yeah, it's supposed to get colder, I think, next week in Pennsylvania. They made for your channel, it's an actual thing that people believe. Yeah, it's like more of like a secret society type beliefs or whatever of... Here, I can read it to you. What's all the secret society beliefs related to Saturn? So, Roman and Greek mythology, Saturn as Roman equals Kronos, Greek, the titan who devoured his own children to prevent being overthrown, symbol of time, cycles, limitation, death, and authority. Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius, traditional rulership associated with discipline, karma, restriction, and mastery through hardship. In initiatory systems, it represents the gatekeeper, the final challenge before higher spiritual ascent. In alchemy, Saturn is linked to the prima materia, the blackening stage of transformation, decay, and death that precedes spiritual rebirth. In Freemasonry, Saturn is tied to the pillar of severity and Kabbalah. Bina, the Great Mother, sometimes viewed as the force of law, boundaries, and cosmic justice. Hermeticism and Rosicrucianism, Saturn is seen as a necessary restrictive force. Without limitation, creation is chaos. It also linked with the Saturnian death. The symbolic ego death precedes initiation. The Golden Dawn in Thelema, Saturn's role as the tester or initiator, is emphasized. Crowley in particular tied Saturn to the abyss. Confronting Saturn meant facing one's deepest shadow. Goddamn, I sneezed one time and I'm screwed, bro. He's from Mayonnaise, Pennsylvania. That's funny. The black cube of Saturn appears in Mecca's Kaaba, Jewish tefillin, and corporate logos, seen as a symbol of Saturn's role as a prison of matter and time. Yeah, which I think is kind of like Saturn's soul's concept more so. Saturn equals Satan. Some esoteric writers link Saturn's harsh, restrictive, devouring qualities with the archetype of Satan, the adversary. Saturn as a demiurge. In Gnostic thought, Saturn is connected to the archons, the false creator god who traps souls in material existence. Yeah, I guess it's more like that, or the way that I had seen it. Hexagon at Saturn's North Pole. Modern occultists and conspiracy researchers see this as proof of Saturn's strange, possibly artificial or metaphysical significance. Saturn in the Golden Age. In Roman myth, Saturn ruled during a time of prosperity before being dethroned. Some secret traditions view this as a lost paradise. Saturnacy. Saturn worship in religion. Some claim Saturnian cults influence the Sabbath. Saturn equals Saturn's day, as well as sacrificial rites. Did you hear about the boy who thought he was Lou Gehrig? No, what happened? Shadow work. Saturn symbolizes the shadow father, discipline, fear, authority, punishment. In secret societies confronting Saturn equals confronting the hidden parts of the self. Time and mortality. As Kronos, Saturn equal chronological time, the devourer of all things. Many initiator paths frame liberation as escaping Saturn's binding cycle of death and rebirth. Order versus chaos. Saturn is often seen as the wall that defines reality. To break through Saturn's limitations is to transcend into the infinite. Saturn moon matrix, David Icke, etc., claims Saturn emits a controlling frequency relayed by the moon, which keeps humanity in an illusory prison. Corporate and elite symbolism, black cubes, rings, and Saturnian symbols are said to be used by elites and secret societies as a mark of allegiance to the Saturnian current. What the fuck? Saturn equals hidden god. Some argue all religions secretly worship Saturn under different guises. El, Yahweh, Allah, Kronos, Baal. Interesting. What about Neptune? Great Neptune! What about Neptune? Roman Greek Neptune, Poseidon Greek, god of the sea, earthquakes, horses. In myth, he's unpredictable, sometimes a benefactor, other times destructive. Water is a symbol. Astrology, Neptune rules Pisces, associated with mysticism, dreams, spirituality, psychic abilities, and illusions. Also deception, escapism, addiction. Transcendent force, seen as dissolving the boundaries Saturn sets, where Saturn builds structure, Neptune dissolves form into oneness. Spiritual visions. Many occultists treat Neptune as the higher octave of Venus, love, beauty, and connection, but universal instead of personal. Neptune sometimes appears symbolically in rituals dealing with the Great Flood, purification, or hidden knowledge beneath the waters. So Neptune, or I guess Neptune operates more as like, well, I guess it's water, which is interesting, because isn't Neptune like blue and stuff? What if it's literally just like a water planet and no one's ever told us? It is just like straight up blue. What if it's just like straight up water? Isn't it weird that they chose Neptune as... They chose Neptune as like the water god, the Poseidon god, and then it turns out to be, yeah, completely covered in ice. It's a straight crack rock planet. Super fast swirling ice, not water though. Interesting. Wonder if there's anything underneath it. Oh, Neptune is absolutely dripping. Lubbock, okay. We guess we gotta read story 3, don't we? God, dude. I need to have, like, my hips taken apart and restructured. You're obsessed with the weather and climates of the planets in our solar system. Yeah, what do you think about like the sun activity having a major influence on like our weather and our tectonic activity? Probably much more than that too, I imagine. Is it true that Uranus is crusty? Oh, bro, it's bleeding right now. I grew up in a place called Shallowater, a little northwest Texas town about 10 miles outside of Lubbock. When I was 19, I had a job at the X-Fab plant, and I used to get a ride to work with a couple of coworkers. Every morning we'd stop at this little coffee place called Hebrews to get some cups of go juice, and it's there that I met a girl named Rita. We'd go talking about... Oops. So we got to talking about the donuts and which ones were our favorite, and then after confirming that she was single, we swapped phone numbers and started texting back and forth. We went on a couple of dates throughout October, and then towards the end of the month, and with Halloween... Fuck. Guys, please stop talking about my anus. My birthday's 3 days before you. Uranus. Joel's anus has just leaked onto the internet. Get into astrology, Joel, even just casually. I don't know. I will say, though, me waiting to sign a deal on a contract, because of, I don't know. I've heard that people like wait until like certain, or no, it was one of you guys actually told me to not sign a contract until Mercury was out of retrograde or some shit. And yeah, that prevented me from like waiting a while till it was, but then it also allowed me to appropriately assess it with like a lawyer, and then realize that it was a bad thing. And so I didn't do it. So I guess astrology did. I'm now an astrology queen. My nails are painted. And I do tarot card readings. The stars guide us. Uranus soul. It's just going to be like all 10,000 of my asshole pictures that leaked. But it's going to be educational. Who's that one gay guy that like he did the anal shaving or anal, he like has a 10 million viewed video where it's just like his asshole and balls, like him shaving it, and he's like, it's educational, and YouTube's like, sure, it's a fart ASMR wait, what is anal shaving, or is it Leonard? I don't know. Shaving. I better watch it real. No, it's not him. I don't think. Noel Dazel. No. Oh, maybe they took it down. Butt shaving video. Asian guy. There he is. Oh, the buttonaire. That's right. Kevin Leonardo. You're right. Yeah. How to shave your butt with a facial razor. Oh my god. It'd just be so funny if like every one of his videos just involved him bending over and showing his asshole for educational purposes, and like YouTube just like for some reason couldn't do anything about it for some reason. Like they're just like, well, it's out of our hands, guys. It's out of our hands. I hate the terminology in retrograde because like retrograde and prograde have actual astronomy meanings, and it's like the astrology part is just about how they appear. Yeah, I mean, it's like a linguistic sort of crossover thing. Free speech, question mark? That's true. Honestly, I do believe it's covered under the Constitution and terms of services that you can just bend over and show your asshole to somebody. It's like, you know, I thought this was America. Yeah, my search history is just going to be butt shaving videos. Oxy Moxie, what's up? What the flip are you doing? You better not be watching nair removal videos all day long like me. My first time hearing your voice actually sounds like the videos. I wonder how long it takes you to make all of the videos speaking each word, and imagine saying something wrong and restarting. Well, it usually takes me 3 to 4 hours. Just to be really funny if like, oh yeah, I watch a lot of pimple popping videos too. It's kind of, it's not like an addiction, but I'm just like, I don't know, I'm just like fascinated at a fucking, how shit gets like, how does like an old lady get like some fucking massive, giant like blackhead that's the size of a crater on her back, and then all you have to do is like remove it like one of the fucking seeing stones or whatever the fuck from Marvel. I'll be taking that. Am I a Pats fan? No, I'm not a Patriots fan. I mean, I do like Tom Brady. I used to hate Tom Brady when I was younger, and then as time went on, I was like, this guy's actually the fucking GOAT, you know? Because I really don't give a shit that what did they do? What was their big controversies? They were filming other people's practices, which is not great. But then they also deflated balls, which is not great either. But you still need to make that throw. You still need to make that catch and all that kind of shit. And you still need to win 7 Super Bowls. And then the fact that like Tom Brady like went to another team and immediately won a Super Bowl with them. Meanwhile, like Bill Belichick looks like an asshole over at North Carolina. It's just kind of like, okay, I guess we can see how this goes. Joe, I bought my first laptop for school. Also some headphones. Nice, dude. How's that going? Did you get Windows 11? I like Tom Brady and Tomb Raider 3 and 4. There's a Tom Brady in Tomb Raider? His relationships with his kids was another thing. Yeah, I don't quite understand the kissing on the lips or the mouth thing with his son. That was definitely quite strange. And I remember the Meat Canyon video was hilarious. We got to talking about the donuts and which ones were our favorite. And then after confirming she was single, we swapped phone numbers and started texting back and forth. We went on a couple of dates throughout October, and then towards the end of the month, and with Halloween coming up, I asked Rita if she had any plans for it. And she said that she was headed to a Halloween party up towards the country club, and that if I wanted to go, I could tag along with her and her friends. Now, I was wild about this girl at the time, and none of my friends had any plans outside of sitting at home probably playing PUBG, so I figured, why the hell not? So I put together a pretty basic Ghostface costume, the same thing that I'd worn a couple of years before, and then I took the opportunity to show Rita that I actually had some social skills by winning over her friends. It made for a great night when I poisoned their drinks. Why does anyone put their mouth on someone else's mouth? What's the science behind that? I guess just I know, it's kind of strange that it's sort of just like in our instinct to just like want to kiss each other. I guess there's a lot of nerve endings obviously touching at once, and it is like that is a great question though, like what the fuck? Like obviously we do it as like a sign of affection. I mean that is kissing, but like why the hell do we kiss? Like I get sex, that makes sense, but what the hell's the deal with the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? I gotta go to bed again. Good luck at the coffee shop Hebrews, which is a real place. Good night, Ali. I don't know. You gonna kiss me? Please be gentle. I'm new here. We'll see your parents and other people doing it when develop an association. That's true too, but you have to wonder, like, what came first, the chicken or the bacon egg? The chicken or the beak? I'm gonna research kissing and report back tomorrow. Alright, good. I want to hear it. What's up, Lachlan? I've kissed several fish. We get many uses out of the fish's mouth. Uranus and Venus actually have retrograde rotations, and it's so weird. I can't figure out how the rotations could have been made to spin the opposite way of anything else. Yeah, what's the theories? Was there like some sort of celestial body that like caused them to disrupt their spinach? Their spinach? In a deep undercover in the kissing camp. I may not survive. Make your time. I'm gonna start your own kissing booth. 25 cents a kiss. It made for a pretty fun night. At least until Rita went to the bathroom, then came back faster with this very worried look on her face. She said that her ex had showed up, completely out of the blue too. He was supposed to be away working on some oil rigs out in the Gulf, but apparently there had been a change of plan, and it meant that I needed to get out of there. Now in short, Rita's ex was an a-hole, and if I stuck around, there would be 100% chance a fight. An absolute fight. The Anunnaki. The anal knocky. The anal knockers. Oh, who even knows what's going on? Open a book called 20 Bucks is 20 Bucks. What's that about? Probably an impact or something, but Uranus is real weird because like it's mostly just a ball of gas and it's tilted on its axis almost 90 degrees. And they just don't have any idea based on the other sort of laws of reality. In the 80s, I kissed rabbits between the ears. Back in the 80s. I got a big ball of gas in my butt. I'm about to light it on fire.
Fireball.
In short, Rita's ex was an a-hole, and if I stuck around, there would 100% be a fight once he worked out who she was with. I didn't want to leave, but I also didn't want to fight that guy. So I just said goodbye to Rita and her friends, then figured that I could slip out without any issues. But that's right as I'm walking down the driveway of this big old house, Oh, did you guys know that Smiling Friends Season 3 came out today, I think? I'm fairly certain. Or tomorrow or something. And if so, have you seen it? Is it funny? Can you do a video about bad friends? Those are my favorite along with online dating horror stories. Yeah, I can look into it. What about, can I make a video on Smiling Friends? What's that? It's like an animated comedy show. They're pretty good if you like kind of like silly humor. It's from the people who had a YouTube channel called, what was it called? Oney Plays? Onus? Or I guess just one of the guys from that. Gonna do a story about catfish. I think I just did a catfish video like a week ago. Oney Plays. See, I swear I got corrected when I would say Oney Plays. Oney is really funny. Maybe I get corrected when I say Oney, and I just keep saying it. I just can't stop saying it. I'll do it again. It's the Adult Swim one. Yeah, it's pretty freaking hilarious. So I said goodbye to Rita and her friends, and then figured that I could slip out without any issues. But then right as I'm walking down the driveway of this big old house, I hear someone yelling from behind me saying, "That's right. You get the hell out of here, or I kick your ass." Now I looked over my shoulder to see some angry-looking dickwad being held back by his douchey-looking buddies, and he just kept on yelling stuff at me as I turned out. And he just kept on yelling stuff at me as I turned out of the driveway and hit the road. I intended on walking back to shallow water, which would take a couple of hours, but I didn't mind. I was too loved Did I see Bad Bunny on SNL? They let a bunny rabbit host SNL. Just here having a beer, eating chicken strips before I go to bed. Do you like drinking beer with chicken strips? I feel like I'll drink beer, but it has to just be beer or whatever I'm drinking. Like, I cannot stand alcohol with food. But obviously that's just me. Do I know Chill Dude explains? I'm not. Sonomi, what's up, dude? Guys, Joel is not real. Stop engaging him. You're gonna mess up their programming. Did you see Naughty Rabbit on SMH? I saw a rabbit in my yard, jumping around. One rabbit jumping over the other. Oh, I saw the Easter Bunny. I was too obsessed to care about walking away at that point, and... Wait, what am I doing? I was too obsessed to care about walking all that way, and thoughts of Rita kept me warm before my phone suddenly buzzed in my pocket. It was Rita, and she said that her ex was pissed. After starting another fight, he and his buddies had been kicked out of the party. They were mad as hell, and they intended on catching up with me so they could give me that little ass whooping. Now I had this gut feeling of uh-oh. And as I realized that they were driving and I was on foot, it was only a matter of time before they caught up with me. Now I lost my ghost face mask at the party, but I was still wearing that raggedy kind of black gown thing that I started jogging down the side. Paranormal encounter vids for Halloween. I definitely am going to be doing some paranormal stories. Full spooky month. 100% absolutely guaranteed. Coming at ya, hardcore, in your face. It's gonna be sick nasty. I think it'll be a long video too. So stay tuned. Stay fucking tuned. How come nobody ever just stays fucking tuned anymore? Always changing the channel. It's this fucking iPad baby brain bullshit. Nobody can pay attention to Let's Read for more than 2 minutes. Just ask FaZe Rug and Sherman about paranormal videos. FaZe Rug. That's my favorite channel, FaZe Rug. I don't know. How are they just coming up with different phasers? What's up, guys? It's FaZe Rug. The FaZe clan is getting into like a Iranian carpets. He's an OG, bruh. He's the oldest rug in town. He's a magic rug. FaZe Rub and Tug. I lost my ghost face mask at the party, but I was still wearing that raggedy kind of black gown thing as I started jogging down the side of the highway. It seems kind of dumb looking back on it, but at the time I couldn't think of anything else that'd help. I needed to get home, or at least get out of the area so I could make it harder for Rita's ex and his boys to find me. And so there I am, jogging along the side of the highway in my Halloween costume, and every so often I'm looking over my shoulder at approaching cars thinking, please do not be Rita's ex. And they all keep passing me, one by one, until one of them slows down right alongside me, and I think, this is it. I turned to look at the car, expecting to see a car full of jerk-offs ready to kick the crap out of me. But it was a lone woman who rolled down her passenger side window and called out to me, fuck. Fucking crap. You're ordering a pizza? Fuck, dude. I'm so jealous. Is it okay if I play games while listening to this? Justin, what fucking video games are you supposed to be playing? You're a Hollywood superstar. You're supposed to be at a Diddy party right now. They got one scheduled for 4 years as soon as he gets out. I don't know how this works, but I somehow was given a 1-month subscription. That's cool. Welcome, Bubzilla. Good to see you. Now you have access. There's a bonus content playlist that you can click on in the playlist area. Joel, let's play Risk of Rain and Risk of Rain 2. Okay. There's also this new one, Oxy, called... What the heck's it called? It's a sequel to Hyper Light Drifter. What the hell is it called? Hyper Light Breaker. It's 30% off on Steam. Apparently that's like a Risk of Rain game that's kind of new. January 14th, 2025. That might be interesting to check out because I loved Hyper Light Drifter, but this was a pretty big change up. Who's Jason Mimosa? I forget. I haven't tried it yet, no. Party at Diddy's cells. Can you imagine if he was hosting a party in prison? What a jerk. But it was a lone woman who rolled down her passenger side window and called out to me asking if I needed a ride. She looked like your typical soccer mom in her SUV and purple sweater, and I just followed up by saying that she figured if I was running along and whoops. How long should he go to prison for? I don't know, man. I guess objectively speaking, if I'm really thinking about the Diddy situation, my mind is immediately extrapolating all of the, just everything into like a Tony Montana style Epstein character within Hollywood, right? Within the music industry, you know, the Justin Bieber implications, just all of that stuff, right? And so in my mind, I'm immediately thinking that he's just probably the worst of the worst, which could be true. It's just that, I guess, based on everything that has been presented in court, I mean, I guess they were only able to get, 4 years or something somehow, based on what stuck. Obviously, our legal system is not quite as effective as, like, our, communications. But, so all that being said, I don't know why. I was just, through hearsay, they should have put him in a fat camp, made him eat pizza till he was ugly. But I was under the interpretation that he was just going to go away for like 50 years. You know what I mean? Like one of those situations where he was going to be a fall guy for something way bigger and then just disappear forever. Or maybe they like off him, kind of like, Epstein or something, so you can't really ask any further questions. But what can you, I have no clue. I'm just like not familiar with all the cases to like make any. I'm just a big idiot. They don't send people to the gulag anymore. Treat them equally how they would a jail random criminal. I hate it when they're treated like kings in there. I mean, I don't know. Who knows what, if he's I assume he's going to be isolated in some like celebrity prison somewhere. Yeah, is there a connection between Tupac's death and the Diddler? Yeah, it's going to be a Martha Stewart style prison. I just remember like after all, because wasn't it like totaling in like the 50 amount of accusations against him or something insane? And then I just remember like Diddy went on his YouTube channel and tried doing like an apology video after the one video of him like dragging some girl by the hair, you know, NFL style. He was supposed to be Mace Windu? What? He was going to be Mace Windu in a Star Wars? What, like a prequel? Diddy was going to be Mace fucking Windu? It was on his Instagram. Yeah, it was just like a social media thing, but it was the way he did his apology. It's like acting like he's not implicated in some like Grand Theft Auto level crimes. He's like, hey guys, I know I let a lot of you down by trafficking all of those kids, but, you know, I hope we can let bygones be bygones and I can get back to making ASMR videos. Hey, Nasty Nate, take care, dude. Good to see you. He was going through a fucked up time. Okay, do whatever you want then. I don't care. If you tell me you're going through a tough time, just do some crimes. Like, it's your prerogative. But it was a lone woman who rolled down her passenger side window and called out to me asking if I needed a ride. She looked like your typical soccer mom in her SUV and purple sweater, and followed up by saying that she figured if I was running alongside of the road that I most likely needed to ride someplace. And I told her that she was a godsend, that I'd never needed a ride so much in my entire life, and then after making sure that she was headed my way, I hopped in the passenger seat and we took off down the road. Now she introduced herself as Deborah and asked why I'd been running down the side of the road in the first place. I didn't know what else to tell her, so I just told her the truth. I told her all about Rita, about how her ex had showed up. I need to be like beat up. Sometimes I feel like the best way to wake up is just to be attacked out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like life or death situation. And then you just kind of like, you come to and you're like awake and you're like, okay, we're good. Yeah, Sam, you can attack me. I don't even give a hoot. Just wake me up inside. I like the Grand Theft Auto Love of Crime straight into the household lexicon. Yeah. I don't know, man. Who knows anymore? Sometimes I wish the news didn't even exist. I literally don't even want to know what's going on. I want to get all my news just through like my family gossiping about stuff that they heard. I want to go 4 years without even knowing who like the head of the Federal Reserve is. Hey, hi there, what's up? Actually filled a tank normally used for oxygen and compressed weed smoke, so we didn't need to stop. Okay, thank God. My friend just got sent a text about a post I made over a year ago on Facebook. She just saw again, less is more unless you own a lawnmower. There's an actual quote from my ex-husband, I don't know. I'm confused. Did you watch the Aiden Ross boxing fight? I did not, no. I really honestly don't know anything about Aiden Ross at all. Does he have a YouTube channel? I like vaguely know he's a streamer, but... Asian Ross. Oh yeah, Aiden Live. Huh, Okay, so he's pretty popular. Yeah, I don't know. Just like never heard him say anything. He kind of just seems like a kind of boring. You get all your news through me. That's alright, I'll keep you posted. I love your videos so much. I got spinal surgery. Just got spinal surgery and been helping you through recovery. Good to hear. I'm sorry. Sorry you had to have surgery though. That's tough, but I hope you can keep getting stronger and make it out the other end there. The having my wife said they're coming through the door. I woke up to get the shotgun. She slammed me back down and said, "No, the kids." Wait, what? Oh. You like immediately went into like fight or flight mode or something? I didn't know what else to tell her, so I just told her the truth. I told her all about Rita, how her ex had shown up at the Halloween party that we were at, and how I was running because she texted me saying he was out to kick my butt. I also tied that into why I was so grateful that she stopped for me, at which point Deborah laughed and told me it was no problem. But she did say that's what I got for dipping my toes into the dating pool. Now, I could not have agreed more, but I didn't agree what she said that I Now, I could not have agreed more, but I didn't agree when she said that I should be finding a nice girl to settle down with. I mean, I agreed with the nice girl part, but settle down and get married at 19? That kind of sounded like a nightmare. Now, I only politely disagreed, and she laughed again like she knew I would, and then we just kept on driving while talking about this and that. And we'd already established that I was headed over to shallow water, and Deborah had said that she was going the same way. So when she turned off the highway and started heading straight east, I figured that there had been some there'd been some confusion. There had been a little bit of confusion, I suppose. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So when she turned off the highway and started heading straight east, I figured that there had been some confusion at first, so I reminded her of where I was headed. She said that she hadn't forgotten. She just had to make a stop at a friend's place on the way back. Since she was giving me a ride out of the kindness of her heart, I wasn't about to complain about the pit stop, so I just kept on with the small talk as we drove down this very dark dirt road. But when she suddenly stopped the car, the mood shifted completely. I asked Deborah why she suddenly stopped, but she didn't reply. She just reached into the compartment of her door, then the next thing I knew, I had a gun pointed at me. I just froze up at first, partially in fear, partially in complete disbelief. Deborah then tossed a small sack at me, one made of a black cloth, and she told me to put it over my head. I thought it was a joke. Just a really bad joke. What's up, Jeremy? What's crop-a-loppin'? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do you prefer Jersey Mike's, Jimmy John's, or Subway? Honestly, I think Jersey Mike's. There's something about the ingredients in that one and just the bread composition in general that's I don't know if, well, you know, yeah, I would still say Jersey Mike's overall. Like Jimmy John's kind of feels like it's like a wrap you could just like make yourself kind of vibe, like just basic lunch meats and that kind of thing. Subway feels a little bit corporate. I haven't been there in forever, though I'm sure there's some aspects of it that are quite yummy. But, hey, Sampai, what's up, bro? Haven't seen you in a while. And Jersey Mike's does slap really hard. It does. It slaps me right in the cloaca. Do you reread these stories or just remember where you stopped and just stitch the video together? Yeah, I have it like right in front of me so I can just start and stop and then edit it later. Last time I ate at Subway was over a decade ago. Yeah. I was thinking, I made this joke already, but it was sort of like a Nathan For You style joke. But, you know how like Nathan For You, if you've seen that, it's like he's a major troll. And he trolls like people into like really, really bad business ideas. How exactly he goes about doing that, I'm not really sure, but he does everything with like a straight face. He never breaks character. And, you know, he was able to convince this one like sort of Rita's to do like, or, you know, some sort of like frozen ice thing, like froyo thing, to do like a poop flavored ice cream at one point. And it actually tasted like poop and everyone hated it. But I was just thinking how funny would it be if he convinced like a local Subway chain to just like specific to their Subway chain only, you know, or their branch or whatever, to bring back Jared Fogelman as their like representative for the business, like their spokesperson, and use like an AI or like just like basically cardboard cutouts of like Jared Fogelman to like to do commercials and stuff locally, just to see how, you know. And he'd be like, I just don't think he got a fair shake, you know what I mean? Subway tastes like it was found on the bus way after the last kid was dropped off. That's true. Just sat back there in the back of the thing. But I'll be honest, back before the whole Jared Fogelman bullshit, I mean, I feel like I was having Subway like every other weekend. Those hamster monkeys and that chicken carbonara. There was a hamster monkey sandwich? I know, dude. Subway really carried hard. I guess there was just really no coming back. What is this Latina queen stuff? What do you mean? The Latina queen allegations have just dropped. Subway uses fake food, got sued by Ireland. Really? What do they... Ew, really? What did they use? They don't put much meat on the sandwich, that's true. Yeah, Jersey Mike's just overall feels... I mean, if Jersey Mike's made their bread in-house, which I don't know if they do or not, if they get it from like, you know, bags. But if they made it in-house, man, that'd be so fucking good. Neuron activation and Latina mentioned, Joel, you really love Latinas. Bro, who fucking doesn't? Come on now. Jersey. Jared was an asshole according to some coworkers who had him their flights from any... I mean, he was also a fucking serial pedophile, so... Him being a jerk was the least of his worries. Also, the whole thing about him was just... I don't know, that whole documentary, that 3-part documentary was... It's just strange. Latina celebrity crush. Oh, fuck, man. All of them. Just start listing them and all. Oh, man. Yeah, Jennifer Lopez, she has not changed a whole lot, has she? It's kind of surprising. Can you say my name on your stream for bragging rights? Dex Nathan. I also love Latinas. So. Shakira. Sam M., my favorite Latina celeb. Oh, Salma Hayek, yeah. I thought Salma Hayek was of a different descent. Oh, yeah, Sofia Vergara. That was Modern Family, right? Jennifer Love Hewitt, really? Jeez Louise. Oh, Rosalia? Damn. Every attractive person is just Latina. A Latina tier list. Jessica Alba. I feel like I've got a good feeling that Jessica Alba is not even crazy either. I feel like she'd be quite pleasant. Canada to Candyland. I thought it was a joke. Just a really bad joke, so I told her, this has to be a joke. But Deborah wasn't joking. Not at all. And she said that I could either put the bag over my head or she'd shoot me in the head, call 911, and tell the cops I tried to violate her. Again, I was just stunned. It was like some waking nightmare. It had come out of nowhere, so I just couldn't find any words till she was like, "Are you deaf? Put the bag over your head before I shoot you dead." I asked her where this mother was probably Latina. Jenna Ortega before the sunken face. What happened to Jenna Ortega's face? Jenna... We gotta get to the bottom of this, man. Jenna Ortega face? No, face surgery. What? What? Dude, what is wrong with these people, man? Why do they do this to themselves? What did she do, actually, though? Buccal fat removal. She didn't even have any fucking buccal fat, for fuck's sake. Why do they all want to look like the chick from Monster? Did she shave her eyebrows? Dude, I'm telling you, like, being around all those people in fucking Hollywood drives all these people insane, bro. I know, I know at age, I mean, isn't she like, how old is she? She's young, isn't she? How the fuck would she even need buccal fat? She's 23. 23 and is convinced that she needs to have, like, goop sucked out of her. Yeah, she looks skeletal. Which is also kind of like, fucking, that's crazy. What was the one girl from The Witch? You know what I'm talking about? The Witch. Actress. Yeah, Anna Taylor-Joy. I'm fairly certain that Anna Taylor-Joy also had the buccal fat removal surgery, and it's like, bro, just be, what the fuck? Like, you literally are already in Hollywood. You don't need surgeries on yourself to... I'm telling you, these, like, plastic surgeons are probably some of the most, like, predatory people ever. Because, like, tell me a single plastic surgery person that came out the other end that didn't look like abstractly strange or something. You don't think it was confirmed? Okay. They all want to be the Red Skull. Exactly, bro. It's scary, man. What's up, May? What's poppin'? She looks like a little alien. I love it. Kylie Jenner. I don't know. The Jenners, with the Jenners, you really can't expect them to turn out too normal. But it's just strange. It's like you have natural beauty already. You don't need surgeries. But I guess there needs to be a movement within Hollywood to, like, appreciate your natural beauty way more before you go fucking... And even if it's like, I see women who, like, think that they need plastic surgery at, like, 40 or 50. They still look fucking weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's still strange. But it's been overly utilized for vanity. But, like, it's vanity that doesn't even... It's like you look at someone and you get this sort of, like, uncanny valley feeling when you stare at them. You're like, all you can see is that there was, like, such a degree of, like, mental illness going through their mind daily upon looking at themselves, and they're like, let me fucking... It's like whenever you have, like, a basic pimple and you turn it into, like, an open wound. That's what it looks like to me whenever people get, like, plastic surgery and shit. It's like, bro, you didn't need to do all that. Now it just makes it, like, way more obvious. They do look like CGI, like, Jesus Christ. Like a blow-up sex doll. Uniqueness is withering away. Yeah, I don't get it. The bimbo bullshit. Pam Anderson has been doing good for the natural beauty movement. All people. Did she stay? I know obviously she got the boob job, but did she stay au natural on the face? Well, when the entire world and your whole job judges you how much like we are on this stream, it makes sense that they have dysphoria. Yeah. I don't know. I wish they would just have a certain sense of pride for, you know, what got them there in the first place, you know? But it just sucks to think that there's probably predatory, like, surgeons who charge them a ass load of money when they didn't need to do all that. She doesn't wear makeup anymore. Who's that? Mr. Milky. I think she went to a festival or something with no makeup. Who are we talking about? I forget. Sweeney. Oh yeah, Sydney Sweeney's full natural. What you think? Yeah, Sydney Sweeney's beautiful, and I think I can, yeah, definitely tell that she's maintained the no surgeries. Let's look. Yeah, I don't see anything. It's like that poor girl from fucking The Boys. Between season 3 and season 4, it's like so obvious that she had surgery, but it was like just abnormal, you know? Like it's distracting. Again, like we talked about it before, but there should absolutely be things in like people's contracts if they're working on a long-term show. They, you know, should not be able to like drastically change their appearance during that period of time. How often do you do streams like this and listen every night so getting to hear your personal thoughts? Oh, yeah, usually every Sunday night and Wednesday night. I'll record the stories and chit-chat. It's the nights before, like videos come out Mondays and Thursdays, so I'm like recording the night before. I woke up to Joel's voice and I can't go back to sleep. That's okay. Stay up with us. We're gonna have a snack. Having Botox and lip filler when you're in the 1700s on set is insane. Yeah, it's just strange. I mean, you haven't had anything done, right, Justin? Right? Say it ain't so. Well, sorry, I'm not trying to push any buttons, but... What are we snacking on? I personally get nothing. I guess I get like a blade of grass. Good, Justin. Justin, promise me no matter what. No Russian. Or no surgeries, sorry. Do I like Sabrina Carpenter or Taylor Swift more? I'll be honest, like, I'm not a big fan of the Taylor Swift cult. I have no real issues with Taylor Swift herself, I guess, because I don't really know anything about her because she feels very generic. And then the other person, Sabrina Carpenter, I've heard her name a million jillion times. And just by looking at her, I kind of immediately like her more. She just seems happier and like more fun after just like one glance. She looks kind of like someone from a long time ago, you know? Boo Taylor. Tyler Swift. Do you think Cristiano Ronaldo has had surgery? Let's take a peek. I'll be the surgery connoisseur. Cristiano Ronaldo. Maybe around the eyeballs. A little bit of injections. Honestly, if I was a sir, I'd just be picking shit up off the table and cutting India. Injecting whatever. Like, this here is a unicorn jizz. You'll need this in your cheeky area. I don't know. I don't think he needs to, though. It's like men age beautifully. They can use the same bar of like Dove soap on their ass and face and look like Frodo Baggins, you know? So it's like if he's had surgery, I, feel bad. He's been tricked. He's been duped. I love a parody of Sabrina Carpenter's song Please, 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 where it's about an undercover bee police sting operation. Dawn dish soap, exactly. Very stringent. Yeah, Tom Brady, I think, has definitely had some... You know who's the worst in the NFL bullshit is fucking... Do you guys know Tony Romo? Tony Romo was a quarterback for a long time with the Dallas Cowgirls, and man, his fucking surgeries look like shit, bro. It's like clearly got like some hairline shit, got the weird injections, and I mean, I think he's actually a very good commentator. Like, he's very knowledgeable about the game, even though he comes off a bit of like a smug boner head sometimes. But I do like the dynamic between him and his like co-host, and I do like that Tony knows a lot about the game and kind of guesstimates shit. Hits Abasa with the 33 months says, hey Joe, I'm 6 months. I've been at the gym. I usually lose motivation at this point on previous attempts. Any suggestions to help not lose motivations? I guess just like knowing what your goals are. You know what I mean? Like, is your goals physique? Is your goals to get stronger? Like, and if you can set those goals and know what you're working towards, that's kind of why a lot of like bodybuilders go through the process of like bulking and cutting. So they always have like a number that they're aiming for, so the kind of like monotony of going there all the time doesn't, feel like it's endless, I suppose. And then also just like making sure you're programming. I hope you're following a program, because otherwise sometimes you go to the gym and you're just kind of guesstimating, and it's okay to have an easy day at the gym as long as you got there and did your programming. He got stabbed. Oh, you're thinking of Mark Sanchez. Do we have any more information on the Mark Sanchez situation? Hey, Jamie, look that up. Mark Sanchez. Do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You can't master it, and it keeps you busy for months and gets submissions. I did it for a little bit. I just hated rolling around with sweaty dudes who were literally trying to injure you, or you know what I mean? It's trying to bend your shit this way, trying to choke you out, trying to, bend your shoulder, and if you don't want to give in, it's... All right, so early Saturday, October 4th, 2025, Mark Sanchez was involved in a downtown Indianapolis altercation with a 69-year-old truck driver. That's fucking hilarious. Police say Sanchez opened the truck's door and a fight followed. The driver used pepper spray and then stabbed Sanchez, saying it was self-defense. Sanchez's wounds were non-life-threatening. He was hospitalized in stable condition. Oh my God, he must have talked shit on Sanchez or something. Sanchez was arrested at the hospital on misdemeanor counts, including battery resulting in injury, on unauthorized entry of a motor vehicle, and public intoxication. Okay. A Tuesday court appearance is expected. He was in town to work Raiders-Colts coverage and was replaced on air after the incident. That sucks. He lost his job. The driver had minor facial injuries. Police and court docs described Sanchez as the initial aggressor. Interesting. Don't female wrestlers getting surgery... What does it say? Don't female wrestlers getting surgeries, Joel? What are you saying? Sorry. Can you check out Livermore, Pennsylvania? Where the hell's that? Livermore. I've never heard of that. Is it was it a flooded area? He was talking about the butt fumble. What, the guy was making fun of him about it or something? It's hard having time with bleached eyebrow fade. Can you please wish me happy birthday? Happy birthday, CB. Hope you're doing good. Hope you do fun stuff. Eat good food. Hang out with good people. Happy B-Day. You're gonna bleach your brows for the lore. It's a ghost town in western Pennsylvania. I think you could make great videos about it. That would be interesting to look into. I'm sure that I almost feel like maybe we covered it before, to be honest with you. Did the whole town get flooded after something? Okay. I guess I should lock in a little bit, huh? I asked where she was going to take me and what she was going to do with me. But more of an act of defiance, if anything. What? Allie Justice, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. How can you look as unapproachable as possible? Can you dress up as Edward Scissorhands? Again, I was just stunned. It was a waking nightmare. It had come out of nowhere, so I just couldn't find the words till she says, "Are you deaf? Put the bag over your head before I shoot you dead." I asked where she was going to take me and what she was going to do with me. But more of an act of defiance, if anything. I knew she wasn't going to tell me. It was all just a way of delaying the inevitable. Then when Deborah told me one more time to put the bag over my head, I did as I was told. Once my face was covered and I was almost completely blind, Deborah got us moving again. I kept asking where we were going and what she was going to do with me. But whenever she did speak, Deborah only said stuff like, "Shut up, demon. I ain't got ears for none of your lies." She kept referring to me that way too, as a demon. And we stopped the car and she ordered me out. My voice creates an accurate visual in your head. Think of a beautiful butterfly flapping its wings slowly on the snout of a little, cute German shepherd. Snowflakes are falling slowly down. And think to yourself, you are that butterfly. Can I speak with vocal fry?
Oh God. Oh God. For the upcoming Paranormal Stories video, how about adding some Japan or other Asian countries? They hit hard. I'd like to submit one, but the ghosts here won't play with me. Butterfly not alive in winter.
I brought one. Oy vey, I brought one to Wintertown. Cream soda, thank you. Keep creaming. Keep creaming, bro. 90-year-old Trump. It is funny whenever people make the comparisons of like what Trump says to like being sort of like a bratty woman. He's like, and then I told her, I said you shouldn't do it. Oh really? Oh really? I'm like, oh, he's such a boo-boo head. It's insane to me. Your story's about bad roommates. What about good roommates? Somebody got a good one? His hand gestures are very bratty. I wouldn't be surprised to find out later I'm a little gay. I'm just a tad gay. Tiny bit gay. Guys are cute. What can I say? I kept asking where we were going and what she was going to do with me. But whenever she did speak, Deborah only said stuff like, "Shut up, demon. I ain't got ears for none of your lies." And she kept referring to me that way, as a demon, when we stopped the car and she ordered me out. I couldn't see where I was walking, but she kept the gun to my back until I recognized that we'd walked inside someplace. The next thing, she's telling me to put my arms out, and she's tying my wrists around some sort of metal support that felt cold on my wrists. After that, she took the hood off and I could see that I was in a barn. Deborah told me, she said, "Shut the fuck up, demon, shut up. We're gonna fucking turn you into mush mash. Just like my old pop." I had a good roommate who cleaned when upset. She was very easily upset, and it was the most profound moral quandary of my whole life. He kept hitting her over the head with a hammer so she'd start cleaning. Oh man, where's the donation button? Oh my god. I think there's a little money sign down at the bottom, but don't even worry about it, bro. Don't even worry about it. After that, she took the hood off, and I could see that I was in a barn. Deborah told me if I did anything funny, she'd kill me when she came back. Then she left the barn for what felt like forever before coming back with what looked to be her younger daughter or something. She still had that gun pointed at me as she told me how her kid... Hamburger. I remember when I was hit on the head with a hanger. With a hammer. Who hit you in the head with a hammer? If you donate, you can sleep tonight. Just kidding. Welcome back, Sonomi. She still had that gun pointed at me as she told her kid how I was a demon, and if they both said a prayer, I'd reveal myself as the monster I was. The whole time I'm trying to reason with her, telling her I'm a good person, and that I say my prayers too, stuff like that. But Deborah keeps telling her daughter things like, "Now hear that? Those are the devil's lies. And we don't have ears for the devil's lies, do we, sweetie?" She had that kid trained pretty good. She barely even looked at me, just kept her eyes on her mama, nodding yes or no whenever she asked a question like, "And you know what we do with demons, don't we, sweetie?" Don't we, sweet? Don't sweet, sweet. Don't we, sweet, sweet? Wagooey Trick. How do you say that name? Wagooey Trick. Thank you for the 150. When Joel reads my comments, I feel like my dad actually responds to my text messages. It is actually hilarious. It's genuinely so fucking funny that like every dad universally, when responding to stuff, is just like so stoically distant, or they just give like a thumbs up, or they say like, sounds good. Hey Dad, I'm chopping my cock off. Thumbs up emoji. Sounds good. Dinner in 5. Don't be late. Grandma's coming. They had that kid trained good. She barely even looked at me, just kept her eyes on her mama, nodding yes or no whenever she asked a question like, "And you know what we do with demons, don't you, sweetie?" That's right. We destroy them. Then both of them together started praying, and no matter how much I begged them both to see some sense, they wouldn't listen. When I got louder, they got louder, until we were all screaming so loud it seemed crazy that no one could hear us. But no one could hear us, and so no one showed up to help me. And when I was done screaming, and Deborah was done praying, she told her daughter to look at me and see the demon that's been revealed. That kid saved my life because she took one look at me, crying and begging for my life in sobs, and said, "I don't see a demon, Mommy." Now Deborah responds, "Of course you do, sweetie. Look harder." But her kid just shook her head and repeated herself. And I'll never forget the look on that woman's face when she gave me a kind of second look, or like she looked at me for the first time all over again. She looked like she was studying me, and then she looked very surprised, and then finally said she was hangry. "Sorry, I was just hangry." You're free to go. You're gonna shower again? Didn't you get a pizza? Don't you have a fucking pizza to eat? Damn it. I get demonic when I'm hangry. Your pizza will arrive in 25 minutes. Your showers take like 2 hours. You just showered? Hell yeah, dude. If everyone in the chat's not squeaky clean by the next 5 minutes, I'll know. I'll be sniffing. She looked like she was studying me, and then she looked very surprised, and then finally she looked very sad. She turned to her kid and said something along the lines of, "Mommy made a mistake." And I joined in. "Yes, a mistake. That's all that happened. Everyone makes mistakes. Please let me go. Please let me go." But again, Deborah didn't seem to listen. Her little girl's eyes were fixed on me, all wide and afraid, but glassy like she was right on the verge of tears. But Deborah didn't look. Not at first. She just kept saying how sorry she was before offering to take her back inside. I had to wait another God knows how long before Deborah showed up again, still holding that gun and with a black bag in her hand again. I felt this deep feeling of relief seeing the bag because I knew that it meant that she was going to drive me someplace again, or maybe walk me someplace. Either way, she wasn't going to shoot me, but that didn't mean that she didn't threaten to. She gave me some big speech about how she was doing God's work out there, and how sometimes she made mistakes in identifying demons or devil worshippers. She was very sorry that she put me through all that, but she also couldn't leave me alone unless I promised not to tell anyone about what she'd done. And right there, with either the gun or the black bag on offer, I'd have said just about anything she asked me to. I promised her. I promised to God that I'd never breathe a word of what happened that night to another living soul. Not another living soul. Average Christian. Average Christian giving up after one torture session. Embarrassing. Doesn't take much to get you to renounce your God. I was indeed hunting for rocks and collecting world-class skipping stones. this. One break so I can eat whatever the furk I want. What should I do right now? Oh man, beef jerky. No. Watermelon? Cucumber? Squash. Diced in a bowl with a little salt and pepper on the top. Yeah, that's it. That's the stuff. Right there, with either the gun or the black bag on offer, I'd have said it just about it. Heavy Sunday fun day. Thank you. Watermelini cucumberini. Watermelini cucumberini. Cream soda with the 50. Is that Swedish kroners? Never stop with the awesome stories. Keep uploading. Thank you, friend. God bless you. And God bless America, or Sweden, or wherever. Right there, with either the gun or the black bag on offer, I'd have said just about anything she asked me to. So I promised her, I promised to God that I'd never breathe a word of what happened that night to another living soul. And then Deborah put the bag back on my head, untied my hands, and then directed me back towards her car. And the next time she took the bag off my head, we were on a dark stretch of highway that I couldn't identify. Deborah said it was roughly where she'd pick me up, and as much as I couldn't be sure, I was too relieved to be out of that barn and out of her car to give a good goddamn where I was exactly. And before she drove off, she actually said, "God bless you," and explained how God would reward me in heaven if I kept my mouth shut. Well, I didn't keep my mouth shut, and after I walked all the way back to Shallow Water, I called the county sheriff and filed a report. I knew it wouldn't be an open and shut case, obviously, but the cops got back to me and the prognosis was probably worse than I thought. Without a single witness or anything like that, any kind of legal proceeding would be a case of a he said. Wait, how would they even know where they went? Where the Deborah I don't know. What's my favorite pizza place? My son wanted to know. He should be in bed, theoretically. I just like local pizza places. Like, I genuinely do believe that local pizza joints are the best. Along with, like, I really like the deep dish pizzas and shit. I also like pizzas a little bit more doughy, you know what I mean? Pizza in PA is actually dank. Oh, dude, it's so good. This is the best shit you ever done had. Well, it's hard to say. I mean, all pizza's pretty dang good. Do I like big pizza franchises? I mean, I do. Like, I remember for years I would have the stuffed crust Pizza Hut stuff. I remember there was, like, some change up in, like, Papa John's ingredients that were really good. Hey, Nikki, what's up, dude? I am the legend. Philly pizza cravings kicking in now. Oh, hell yeah. Philly cheesesteak. I can't believe the Eagles lost today. That's actually crazy, but it's not that crazy. It's just, I don't know. I was actually surprised to see like 2-2 Broncos. I don't know. They look pretty good. Did I see the Cardinals choke? I saw the Phillies played, who'd the Phillies play? Oh, you're talking about football. I didn't watch the Cardinals one, no. But I mean, I don't really have a lot of, like, admiration for Kyler Murray. I don't think he's terrible. He's just, like, I don't know. He's one of those, like, players that got drafted to, like, a shitty team, did okay, then I feel like he's just been around for way too long. About to play Overwatch with no audio so I can listen and stream. Hell yeah, dude. How is the old Smover Smotch treating you? They call that the Devil's board game. Because you're bored while gaming it. I don't know. Do they even make any new games anymore? I definitely do believe I'm going to be playing this coming Saturday, the 11th, I'm trigged. I'm absolutely trigged and trogged. I think this 11th I will be playing Little Nightmares 3, which says it takes about 7 to 9 hours to beat, I'm fairly certain. So it could make for quite a strim. The new Silent Hill. I'm not really sure about that one. I probably will eventually, honestly, just to do it. But I love Little Nightmares games. I really love them a lot. They're so cool. You won't make it Saturday? It's alright. The VOD will be up. And hopefully my internet doesn't go out. Where are you going Saturday? What the hell? I'm quite picky. I'd be picking my nose. Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, I need to play through the first one. But maybe I should just skip right to Ghost of Yotai. Okay, honestly, maybe that's something I should do. Buy a PS5, get the Ghost of Yotai, and then I get... I really, really wanted to play Astrobot. I heard Astrobot was basically just like PlayStation Mario, and I fucking love Mario. And I gotta do it. Without any witnesses or anything like that, any kind of legal proceeding would be a sort of case of he said, she said. Deborah's version of events were obviously entirely different from mine, but it wasn't just they were different. They were varied wildly. She said that she did the Christian thing of giving me a ride home, and I tried to take advantage after stopping at her home so she could give me a bite to eat. She said that I was drunk, which admittedly I was, and the fact that I'd been partying beforehand would look real bad if it was just put in front of a judge. And then, on the off chance that they did manage to pin a charge on her, it might not be anything big like kidnapping, because if she convinced a court that she was in fear for her life, they might not even convict her for reckless endangerment and she might just walk. And in the end, the best advice the cops would give me was, don't get into cars with any more strangers. And to save myself the stress, I just chose not to press charges. Needless to say, I had one hell of a story to tell Rita. She thought that I was crazy for not pressing charges, at least until I explained how it might potentially have my name dragged through. And she thought that I was crazy not to press charges, at least until I explained how it might potentially have my name dragged through the mud. And I tried to get Deborah to... Justin's doing an Irish exit. Well, then he'll get an Irish car bomb sent to his house. I'm just kidding. Oh, what the hell? Shit. Anyways. Okay, if I tried... What am I even doing? If I tried to get Dabra... Hey guys, this is my daughter Dabra. People should just start naming their kids weird variations. Some wild shit. If I tried to get Deborah locked up, which wasn't even her real name by the way, she could make the counterclaim that I was just some drunk pervert who tried attacking her after showing me kindness. And this is right on the cusp of stuff like MySpace getting big too, so the idea people could look me up and assume that I was some kind of predator, that would be like a whole second nightmare that I had to... Deborah. Now this was right on the... Oh my god, I'm actually developing a speech impediment. Impupiment. It's where you have shit in your mouth. You can't talk. That's what I would say to kids if I taught like a kids class. I would say, what do you have, a speech impediment? You got shit in your mouth? Do you ever have the urge to explore the rest of the ocean? I wish, man. I wish we could just... I wonder how hard it is. You know, like people do the not astral projection, but like the remote viewing thing. Like they can remote view the moon, they can remote view Mars, but like a million years ago. I wonder if there's any stories of people remote viewing like the ocean in various coordinates. I wonder if it's possible. Have you seen Tyrese Gibson from Fast and Furious arrested because his dogs killed another dog? Oh, that sucks. They just got out or something, and he had some crazy like guard dogs or something that got out. Remote view Uranus. The ocean's much scarier. This was right on the cusp of stuff like MySpace getting big too. So the idea that people could look me up and assume that I was some kind of predator, that would be like a whole second nightmare I had the power to avoid. Sometimes I regret it, especially when I think about her doing the same thing to other people, because I get a sick feeling in my stomach that some people didn't get to walk away. Very likely people have through remote viewing is supposedly very vague, so it may be hard to realize. I guess at the bottom of the ocean, yeah, if your visuals, like if you don't have any sort of like light source, the visuals on like the bottom of the ocean might just be completely dark. Hey, Lovely T, welcome back for 26 months. Says thank you for whoever gifted me a membership, sending loves and stuff. Thank you. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? I'm just going to look it up. Something to talk about. Guy from Fast and Furious dogs killed another Doge? Question mark? Remote viewing's not real. Matt, you can't just say stuff's not real. You don't even have an explanation for the tilt of Uranus, let alone all of our cool shit we have here. On September 18th, 2025, Gibson's 4 Cane Corso dogs allegedly mauled and killed a neighbor's Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, named Henry, in an upscale Atlanta neighborhood, Buckhead, while the neighbor let the dog into his yard. Oh, okay, so this was just like a mistake, like his group of dogs. Authorities say Gibson's dogs had previously been seen loose in the neighborhood on multiple occasions. A warrant was issued for Gibson's arrest on charges of animal cruelty after he did not surrender the dogs as previously agreed. Oh, so this was an ongoing thing with him and his dogs? 4 Cane Corso dogs allegedly mauled and killed a neighbor's Cavalier King Charles Spaniel named Henry. And what about the names of the other 4 dogs? How come we don't get to hear their names? In an upscale Atlanta neighborhood, Buckhead, while the neighbor let the dog into his yard. Did the neighbor let his dog into Gibson's yard? On October 3rd, Gibson turned himself in, was booked in Fulton County, released on $20,000 bond. Gibson attorney says he is cooperating, expressed condolences to the neighbor, and has rehomed the dogs involved. Rehomed, sorry. Well, shit. Why the hell would the neighbor bring her dog into his yard? I'm really fucking confused. Yeah, I don't think I could ever be a teacher. That'd be rough. I don't even know how to discipline normal kid stuff. I feel like half the time whenever kids act stupid, I sit there and I try to explain to them why are you doing that? Why? Explain it to me. Explain what is going through your head right now. It's tell me why. And then I think if you do that enough times to a little kid, they become sentient. They have to sit there and wonder to themselves why they're acting like a little Tasmanian deviled egg. And then if you just keep asking them what the hell they're doing, eventually they're yeah, what the fuck am I doing? The kids don't listen. Joel just walks out and goes home and pouts. Pretty much. I would quit day one. I'd be like, I don't need this shit. I've got you poop. I'll go do you poop. Why you loco? Alright, guys, we got one more Uno Mas Halloween story to kick off Spooky Month. We're kicking off Spooky Month this week. And, hey, Drew C., welcome back. I'm going to go take some magnesium, and I will BRB.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Alright. What's good, my fellow Latina queens? I went to go get milk and cigarettes. You guys are fighting. It's alright. Internet fights don't really matter. What's the internet for if not for us just screaming at each other? They did a Skyline chili one and it was actually pretty good. Oh. Do you guys ever make homemade ice cream or anything like that? Anyways. I could get in a lot of trouble for posting this, so I'd like to remain as anonymous and nondescript as possible. Now, I'm sorry if this gets annoying while reading this, but I'm confident you'll understand my reasoning once you reach the end. So I work as a teacher in an English-speaking country, teaching 7 to 11-year-olds, and let's just say that I've got a few years' experience under my belt. I have no regrets. I love my profession, and I'd do it all again in a heartbeat given the chance. But while the highs have been high, the lows have been lows in ways that I'm not sure other people can imagine. You see, when you work with kids, you get to be part of some pretty incredible things sometimes. But there's a dark side to it too, and sometimes you end up privy. Do I like Netapolian? Is that the one where it's like chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry all mixed together? Netapolian? I'm not sure. Yeah, it's pretty good, pretty good. I used to eat so much ice cream, man. What the hell? I haven't had ice cream in so long. It's so annoying. Yeah, I would cut each flavor right down their specific flavor lines. Keep them separated. Oh, Neapolitan. There you go. Neapolitan ice cream sandwich. Oh my god, that sounds good. I haven't had an ice cream sandwich in a long time too. Fuck. Yeah, I wouldn't even necessarily. Yeah, it's whatever. Anyways. But there's a dark side of it too. And sometimes you end up privy to things that quite literally haunt you. One day, right at the start of our term, we had a kid that I'll just call A arrive in my class. Now, A was from a non-English speaking country, and although they struggled with communication at first, extra English lessons... God damn it. My favorite ice cream. I don't know. I love all of them equally, honestly. I mean, my go-to would be like cookies and cream back in the day. And then they randomly made... but when I was younger than that, I loved a raspberry ice cream. The one that's like straight purple. But then they randomly made one that was like raspberry and cookies cream mixed together. And I was like, what the fuck? Okay. Okay, God, I know you made this for me. You fucker. Pookies and cream. Poop shit and cream. One thing that I didn't get enough as a kid was banana splits. I'm gonna get more banana splits as I get older, I think. Mint chop. Mint chop. I love mint chop. Have you tried cookie two-step? Two-step. Let's see this shit. Let's get to the bottom of this. Cookie two-step. Two-steppington. What the fuck is that? It looks, whatever it is, put it in my mouth. I don't care. Creamy vanilla ice cream with hints of brown sugar combined with chunks of chocolate creme-filled cookies and tasty chocolate chips. I am trying to fatten all of you up. I try to fatten all my fans up so I can eat them. Chips. Chocolate chips. He was throwing chocolate chips in my mouth. I'm a feeder. I'm a chaser and a feeder. A was from a non-English speaking country, and although they struggled with communication at first, extra English lessons really helped him out, and it only took a couple of weeks before his personality started to shine through. A was also from a country that didn't celebrate Halloween, at least not nearly in the same way that we do in the West nowadays. So as September rolled into October and the Halloween decorations started going up, the level of enthusiasm with which we celebrated it came as quite a surprise. You see, A came from a very conservative culture, one that took things like ghosts and ghouls and witches very seriously, so he found the whole thing quite scary at first. Then once it was explained to him that it was all just a bit of fun and we were taking things that scare us and making them not so scary anymore, he started to see the fun side. The kids in my class made me so proud of them that... Chocolate chips. He was afraid of chocolate chips. In his country, they don't have them. They say chocolate chips are from the devil. Oh my God. He couldn't eat ice cream. It was scary. Maud? What's a Maud doing? Oh my God, wait. Do you guys... Fucking... Okay. So we have trail mix. You know trail mix, right? The snack? It smiles back. Imagine taking trail mix and putting all that shit into an ice cream. Like, what the fuck? How has that not been a thing yet? Does that exist? It's got to exist. Oh, it's Half Baked by Ben & Jerry's. Is that what that is? Maybe even just like a trail mix blizzard from Dairy Queef. Wait, what about popsicles? That's a good point too. Fruit popsicles with trail mix interior. I'm weirdo and don't like chocolate. I hate it. I hated people's birthdays in elementary school because they always brought in chocolate cupcakes and I'd do the odd loser out being unable to eat anything. Huh. Sounds kind of demonic. The kids in my class made me so proud of them that term because they welcomed A into the fold with open arms. They asked a lot of very awkward questions about his accent and his background and stuff, but only in the way that kids are prone to do, so there was nothing that I'd have labeled bullying. But then once they got to know him a little bit more, A was quite a popular young man, and around Halloween, some of them took it upon themselves to teach him all about it. They taught him about vampires, about zombies and werewolves, but the creature A found particularly enchanting was that of Dracula. I asked him why, and he said he liked the idea of staying up all night and being able to turn into something that could fly, i.e. a bat. It was adorable, seeing him bonding with his peers and conquering his fears all at once, and having him really enthusiastic about a new thing was great for his English. Slightly odd that some of his first advanced English words were things like undead and Transylvania, but whatever it takes, I suppose. Halloween that year was on a Friday, and after lunchtime, me and my class played dress-up. We put on masks and makeup and scary costumes and had a pretty good laugh about having an impromptu Halloween party. A wore a pair of plastic fangs that I bought and a torn bin liner as a cape, and then he spent the whole time creeping around and hissing at the other kids from behind his shiny black plastic cape. They thought it was a riot, and once A was a joy to watch. An absolute joy. Oh shit, sorry. Y'all remember Pudding Pops? Pudding Pop? I remember Pudding Pop. Damn, we need to, man. Oh god, there's so many good snacks. I wasted my childhood eating the worst snacks. Sonomi, welcome back. Did you get your pizza? It better be there. It better be there. Poop and pops. Pops made with real poop. They thought it was a riot, and once again, A was a joy to watch. Then, at the end of the day, he insisted on going home still wearing his cape and fangs. I told my boyfriend about it that weekend and agreed that A sounded like a really nice kid. And then, come Monday morning, I was excited to find out his little vampire routine had survived the weekend. But A wasn't in class that morning. We had to have the headmaster call his family at home to find out where he was, and it was only when we found out. We had to have the headmaster call his family at home to find out where he was, and it was only then we found out that he was sick. The headmaster asked his parents to make sure they informed us of illness in the future, and they said, "Sure, fine, no problem," and then that was that. The next morning, A still hadn't returned to school, so his headmaster called his family again to ask for an update. Their English wasn't fantastic, but they could speak enough to get across that A still needed bed rest and would return to school as soon as he was able. Again, this was no problem. But then after not showing up all week and not showing up the first 2 days of the next week, we started to worry. The headmaster placed a third call to A's family, but after he got the same response of, "He's sick and needs bed rest," the headmaster asked if they had taken A to a doctor. His parents said no, they hadn't taken him to a doctor, but the reasons for not taking him were not Whoops. Thoughts on cold pizza? I'll eat it, I don't care. Of course it can't be too, and it gets hard and gross. Oh, fuck. Pizza sounds so cool. What a great invention. What a great invention by the New Yorkers. Americans, I'll tell you. His parents said no. Fuck. His parents said no. They hadn't taken him to a doctor, but the reasons for not taking him were lost in translation. And that was the first time that the words social services cropped up into the conversation, and things escalated from there. A full 2 weeks after A was absent from school, a social worker knocked on the door of his family home. The same conversation played out again, with the social worker being told that A was sick, and the social worker asked if she could come inside to see him, but A's parents refused. The social worker said that she had the power to come back with a police officer, and they'd be arrested if they barred her access to A, but either they didn't understand what she was saying, or they didn't care. In an ideal world, the police should have gone over to the house immediately to perform a wellness check. But red tape meant the social worker couldn't get a specially trained member of the community outreach team until a full 3 weeks after A's initial That was a lot of words. What's A's name? Unpizza pizza? What's unpizza? Pizza dark matter. Joel, be my friend. You have to make me food if you want me to be friendly. It's the only way to trap me in a little net. My food needs to hurt me a little, or else it's garbage, not fit for constipation. Unpizza pizza sounds like a sin. Oh, the cheese goes on the bottom. How does it stay all stabilized and stuff? Oh, on the bottom. Okay, I was thinking like underneath the crust. It's just like you just flip your pizza upside down. Oh, being hand-fed pizza doesn't sound terrible. I wonder where you could go and actually just be like a king. Just like the king of a place. Just for a little bit. You know? If you eat all the pizza toppings like a salad, pizza dough separately, is it still pizza? I don't know. What's up, Metalhead? Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. It's not too far. But red tape meant the social worker couldn't get a specially trained member of the community outreach team until a full 3 weeks after A's initial absence. And then, and only then, could they access A's family home, and what they found inside must have shaken them to their very foundations. A was lying in his bed. Nothing... Oh. They're starving him. Thank you, Metalhead. Appreciate you, dude. Cheese stuffed pizza crust. Yeah, man. So good. So good, man. I wonder if they make like mozzarella stick crust. You know what I mean? I know there's like stuffed crust, but just like the full on like fried mozzarella stick vibe. A was lying in his bed. Nothing more than skin and bones. There was evidence his family were trying to take care of him, but he was still dangerously ill, so after an ambulance was summoned, A was rushed to the hospital. And upon his arrival, there was a mad dash to find out what was wrong with him, because he really was on death's door with him being so skinny. But doctors soon worked out why he was so ill. A hadn't eaten in nearly 3 whole weeks, and had only been given the bare minimum of water to keep him alive. Once they realized it was a case of starvation, A was nursed back to health and the police moved to arrest his parents. But from what I heard, A's parents behaved unlike any the police officers had dealt with before, at least when it came to child neglect cases anyways. They seemed like good, hard-working, honest-to-God people, and they were absolutely devastated that the uncheesed pizza. You hate mott sticks? What? The fuck is wrong with you? How dare you? How absolutely dare you? Salad stuffed crust? Like the crust is stuffed with salad? Saw the video guy almost choked to death from a mozzarella stick. He was doing too long of a cheese pull. You are always existing in opposition to me, and I love and respect that. No, we must not respect our enemies. But from what I heard, A's parents behaved unlike any the police officers had dealt with before, at least when it came to child neglect cases anyway. They seemed like good, hard-working, honest-to-God people, and they were absolutely devastated that their son was so ill. But when the police asked why A was so malnourished, his parents couldn't understand what the issue was. In their view, they'd done the exact thing a local holy man had advised them to do, which was feed A as little as possible in order to starve the demonic spirit that had possessed his body. And I could only imagine how stunned the people were when they heard A's parents say that, but say it they did. They were absolutely steadfast in their belief that their son was possessed by a demonic entity, and the first clue that they'd gotten was his sudden and intense interest in the macabre. They went to the local... the macabre. He's interested in the macabre. Oh shit, sorry, I missed Loki's thing. Loki, Forrest says what's small and has no friends. Uh-oh, that's not nice. Who is that? Mean person. An obsessive, strange, mean person who can't get their mind off of something. They went to the local holy man that I mentioned, and he gave them their assessment, and then they did what they thought was best for their son. But in reality, it almost killed him. During the third week, when A was really starting to waste away, his parents arranged for the holy man to come over so he could give A an exorcism. I don't think it was the kind from the film, with holy water being flung all over the show and the power of Christ compels you being yelled in tandem. But they did something, some kind of ritual designed to expel demonic forces from A's little body. But I guess from their perspective it didn't work, so the starvation diet only continued. Hearing all that was easy. Thoughts on internet theory? Who's internet theory? Is that like a channel? Dead internet theory. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, now that we know that AI is kind of just, rampantly out of control. I guess the only way that we can find out to what extent people, or that companies are influxing certain AI bots to represent people and essentially be the dead internet theory, is probably through the advertisers suing said social media platforms to see if they're accurately representing the data as far as how many users actually exist on their platform. I mean, that's one thing that I wouldn't, I don't know, honestly. So I feel like you kind of have to look out for those, let's see. Is there any way in which we can tell that a website influxes large amounts of bots or AI to inflate their engagement? The AI study where many of them planned on community death to spare itself. What did it say? Did anyone hear about the AI study where many of them planned on community death to spare itself? What's community death? Kill everyone in the community? Rambaliba with the 65 SEK. Thank you, Rambalina. Thank you. Sudden huge surges in visitors without external events, news, trend topics. Backlinks can suggest inorganic traffic. Geographic anomalies, massive traffic from regions with no logistical connection to the site's audience or business. High bounce rates with low session duration. Bots often land and leave very quickly. Odd traffic sources, lots of direct traffic with no refer or visits from obscure domains and IPs. Engagement metrics, millions of page views, but almost no comments, likes, or meaningful social. Right. Have there been any notable times in which social media misled advertisers on how much traffic they get? Yes, this happened several times. Facebook's video viewership inflation 2015 to 2016. Facebook admitted it had overstated average video viewer times by 60 to 80% for about 2 years. The metric excluded views shorter than 3 seconds, which heavily inflated averages. Many advertisers shifted budgets to Facebook video, and publishers restructured around pivot to video, only to later suffer huge losses when the numbers weren't real. In the legal aftermath, Facebook faced lawsuits and eventually settled for $40 million with advertisers. That's crazy. Twitter's inflated daily users 2017-2019. Twitter admitted it had been counting users who weren't actually seeing ads due to technical errors. For 3 years, it overstated its daily activity by 1 to 2 million accounts per quarter. It wasn't as huge as Facebook's case, but it raised concerns about transparent investor trust. Snapchat, 2015 to 2017, a whistleblower lawsuit alleged Snapchat inflated user engagement numbers before its IPO to appear more competitive with Instagram. Aren't they owned by the same fucking people, the Facebook group? The company settled for $35 million in 2022, denying wrongdoing but paying out to investors who claimed they were misled. Hey Delia, what's up? Multiple reports have suggested TikTok may inflate view counts or allow bot-driven engagement, though not on the same admitted scale as Facebook. Ongoing U.S. investigation of TikTok's data and advertising transparency keep this under a microscope. Yeah, I'll be curious, like whatever company buys TikTok officially, which they already do that, they already transfer that over to an American company or whatever. During its decline, MySpace allegedly exaggerated user activity and active user numbers to advertisers to retain an ad revenue. This was part of the why News Corp struggled to monetize it effectively and advertisers lost confidence. Hey Barbed Wire, what's up, dude? What's the vibe tonight? We're talking about AI. Yeah, I'm just curious, like if there's any indications that they influx AI so lends credence to the dead internet theory. All right. So, traffic numbers are often inflated. AI text images are flooding the web. It's now hard to tell whether it's written by people versus models, making some spaces feel empty or genuine human interaction. Comment section reviews, Amazon, YouTube, or Reddit all struggle with fake reviews, fake comments, and coordinated astroturfing. Loneliness online. The theory resonates because many people feel the internet feels less vibrant and more synthetic than the 2000s, early 10s. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Joel Bundy. There's no real Joel Bundy anymore. This was right on the cusp of stuff like MySpace getting big too, so the idea that people could just look me up and assume that I was some kind of predator. Oh wait, my bad, I clicked on the wrong fucking... My bad. Twitch is completely propped up by bot viewing. They did a massive bot ban but had to revert it because it was damaging the platform. Really? They reverted it? Why would they revert it? I mean, it did really seem like they would have like a ton of viewers in a thing and then nobody would be talking, which I always thought was really strange. Twitch's policy is still against spammy bot accounts, fake accounts. Their account enforcements and chat bans page states bot accounts that spam unwanted messages will be banned indefinitely. Fake engagement, including inflating viewership or using bots, violates Twitch's rules, is often cited in the community as third party. Where Twitch says they won't punish a user if they are not responsible for the botting, i.e. if someone else is boosting them. See, it's so strange. Enforcement is hard. Recent reporting suggests Twitch may have eased up, rolled back crackdown efforts. Tube filter article. Okay, yeah, well. Twitch fucking sucks, dude. It genuinely is like such a cringe platform sometimes. Especially with it, mainly with its leadership. Like, its leadership is just like not professional at all. Hearing all that was easily the most frighteningly shocking thing I'd heard in my career, and nothing's topped it since. The thought of that poor little boy, lying in that bed wasting away, and all while believing that there was some demon inside of him. It breaks my heart just as much as it sends a shiver down my spine. A's parents ended up going to prison. Not for long, but I know they got custodial sentences, while A went to live with a foster family in another part of the country. I'd so look forward to seeing him that Monday morning, to see if he was still obsessed with Dracula. I'd been so obsessed looking forward to... I'd so look forward to seeing him that Monday morning, to see if he was still obsessed with Dracula. I had no idea that I was never going to see little A ever again. Yeah, what do I dress Pradeep up as for Halloween this year? Oh, shoot. Oh, say can you see? Oh, say can you see? A banana. That would be good. A little bumblebee banana. I'm the ad guy and I had to watch 10 million ads to get to your live. You finally made it. 4 hours of ads for me to read the outro. Speaking of outro, we're going to read that and you guys got to think of something funny for me to say. There's some cool art streams on Twitch though. There's some golden nugget channel. Yeah, for sure. I believe it. It just sucks because it's like you're either at the tippity top there or you're just fucking not. You know what I mean? Like it's so hard to grow on there organically. And you have to just basically put yourself in all over the place with like the shorts format stuff. Anyways, what do you guys want me to say at the end? Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links are down in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, I live outside of God's sight, but consequence outside of his love. Damn. Unlucky. Love the smell of Tiger Balm. What is that? And yeah, that's about it. Yeah, that's about it. See ya. Yeah, I guess we can do that. Thanks so much, friends. And remember. Yeah, that's about it. See ya. To change the channel's name to Let's Yap. It says it in the title. Oh shit, dudes. Alright, well, this will be our first Halloween video of spooky season. I sure hope it goes well. I hope you guys go listen to it. I'm gonna get it up over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. And then, god dang it, I'll be back streaming this Wednesday. And if you want to be kept up to date when I go live, so you don't miss notifications, if you already have the notification bell on, that'd be awesome. But if you don't, or haven't gotten any, be sure to follow my Instagram at letsread.official. But yeah, thanks for being awesome, guys and gals. Or literally firkin' gonna go nuts here. But yeah. Love, appreciate you. Thank you for being awesome. Dress it up as something cool. Don't eat too poorly. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Anyways, you guys rock. I'll see you Wednesday. Adios.